People want to feel known.
Really building technology fast.
The lack of personalization and consumer trust cost businesses $756 billion last year.
Email itself is going to evolve into something very different.
Automation,
Messenger and SMS, business process optimization,
customer experience,
inventory planning.
Be more visual, be more tactile.
What's the future of e-commerce?
The heyday's just beginning.
What is up? Can you hear me? Are you here live on either our YouTube or Facebook page? Let me know right now in the comments below. Hey, everybody, I am Derek Haney. I am really excited for the next 2 days as we begin to discuss the future of e-commerce for beauty and skincare. We were able to do this event last year. It was a blast. We invited some of the same speakers back to give us updates. Obviously, a lot changed from February of last year. We didn't predict a lot of what happened, but there has been an enormous leaps forward in e-commerce specifically. And I think a lot of beauty brands have turned from that retail e-tail vibe into true e-commerce stores and really, of course, focused on that e-commerce and brand experience. Hey, we got people. Nancy says, hey, we've got Billy. She will be on later. Her session, I believe, is tomorrow, and I'll be interviewing her. Really looking forward to it. All right, let me take a sip of coffee. I'm really excited right now. So I'm just going to spend the next couple of minutes going over what you can expect, giving some shout outs to sponsors and things like that. We've got 2 action-packed days. You're going to hear from some tech vendors who are going to show you some strategies around e-commerce and, you know, a little bit showcase their tools. I'm not going to lie. And if they are of value to you, definitely do feel free to check them out. Tell them that you got some information from us so that they know that they're speaking at an event where people are listening. And remember, chime in. I want to know, what's the name of your store? Where are you in the world? What time is it for you? It's 9 o'clock for me. I'm in the Bay Area, California. And yeah, so for those of you that don't know, I was formerly the director of acquisition and growth at a company called Boxycharm, a beauty box subscription, where we were able to grow subscribers from about 150, maybe 200,000 when I was an agency partner of theirs. And then when they brought me in-house, over 500,000, closing in on 600,000 subscribers to that beauty box. And really, it took a lot to do, and it brought me into the world of beauty. And of course, I didn't do it alone. And we'll have Donna Lopez, my former colleague, director of brands there, talk about what she has learned about the beauty industry as a whole and her approach to building a deep brand connection. All right, let me give some shout outs to our sponsors. In fact, let me see if I can't share a little slide with you. Give me 1 second. Share screen. Here we are. Actually, let me make it presenter view so it's a little cleaner for you guys. All right, let me know if you can see the screen in the comments below. It looks good here on my end. And I'm coming across loud and clear, right? Yeah, it looks like it. We gotta start at the top. Thank you to our sponsor. That Gorgeous has sponsored all of our events over the last couple of years. We couldn't do these events for free without these amazing sponsors. So really, you should take a look and support them. Gorgeous is the help desk for e-commerce. They have specifically built their help desk solution to help merchants and understand better than a company like Zendesk, let's just say, how to solve those customer service inquiries for merchants. Octane AI, a humongously powerful platform for beauty brands. Not only do they have an SMS marketing and messenger marketing tied together, they recently launched a shoppable quiz platform that I am totally in love with. This allows you to ask things like hair color, eye color, you know, favorite lip liner color and stuff like that. Then point customers to the products that they're going to want to buy. Super, super powerful. HelpFlow, tying back to the customer service with Gorgeous. If you don't have live chat on your site right now, you're probably missing thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue, depending on the size of your store. It really works. It works very well to not only increase conversion rate, increase average order value, and increase loyalty from your customers. It's just good for business in general. It's just really, really helpful. It even lowers customer service inquiries on the back end of your business. HelpFlow is an agency that knows how to implement live chat at the right stages of the business to maximize revenue and profit. You can check them out at helpflow.net. And then we also have Dialogue. Dialogue is an insane. I couldn't believe what they can do. I've seen a lot of personalization in AI platforms in the past, but theirs is, they've got the smart banner, they've got the regular, product recommendation tool, and they're really taking this segmentation and personalization thing to the whole new level. I mean, just these 4 sponsors, tie them together. Let's think about what we're talking about. You have a shoppable quiz up front, gathers data. Dialogue now segments customers based on that data. Gorgeous sends out customer chats, customized starting messages based on the data that Octane collected and Dialogue segmented. And then Helpflow, you don't even need to hire your own team to get it done. Helpflow is the team that answers those live chat inquiries when they come in. Boom, sales. It's amazing. We have other amazing sponsors, but I don't want to get into all that. I'm blabbing on. You guys are probably already sick of me. Let's see. What else do I need to do really quick? Make sure, we've got Teresa says, does live chat work when there is a really small company size? So yes, but the truth of the matter is companies, let's say sub 300,000, should probably wait for full-time live chat. You could install it at certain times of the day or in your cart or checkout process, or let's say if their average order value, the cart size is over $60, over $80, then live chat turns on your site. So that is a phenomenal way to kind of begin to use live chat when you have limited resources. But the goal, which you'll see, maybe I'll share a little bit more tomorrow. I have my own presentation slot, and I'll show you a little bit more about the strategy behind that. I can also link to you in just a second a presentation that I've done on before. Luis says, love Boxycharm. Hi, Luis. Great to have you with us. All right. So if you know me and you know the events that we've been doing over the last 2 years, you know that I care deeply about ensuring equality and diversity in our lineup. There's been one major problem with that, and that's me. I've been the host the whole time. And I'm just really grateful to have found a co-host that can help me truly push forward. We're pioneering e-commerce together, I feel like, Chloe. And I'm really happy to have her here. She's going to take the reins over the first half of today. I'll be back a little bit later to host, and we'll be back tomorrow with even more sessions. But I'd like to bring her on stage, Miss Chloe Thomas of E-commerce Master Plan. Chloe, can you hear me?
I can, Derek. Hello, everybody. Very excited to be here and to be helping you with your diversity elements as well.
Yeah. Of course, you're here because of the raw talent, but it helps not have another white dude on stage. Okay, I just gotta say it. Like I can't change who I am, but I can change what I stand for, perhaps.
Yeah, we get some. I'm bringing a different accent to things as well, maybe.
Yeah, that's right. And where are you at? You're in Cornwall, UK, right?
Yes. So for anyone out there who's wondering why in the chat Derek appears to have just claimed to be in the UK, that was me, and I won't do that again. Sorry.
I guess, yeah, we've both got the same handle right now. That's funny.
So yeah, I'm over in the UK, and the sun is just setting over here. So yeah, 5 o'clock.
Awesome. And the sun is rising here. My power went out last night, which was a little scary. Everything's back on today. There was a storm, but we are good to go for this. Chloe, briefly tell everybody listening a little bit about you, your experience in e-commerce, as well as the podcast they need to subscribe to and the book you've got behind you.
Yeah, sure. Well, I've been in e-commerce since the early 2000s. So it's fast approaching 20 years now, which is scary, hence the grey hair that we got going on up here. Each one responsible for some kind of e-commerce problem. Mainly what I do these days is I help solve marketing problems. So I used to do it client side. I ran my own marketing agency for 10 years, sold that 4 or 5 years ago. And now everything I do at e-commerce master plan is about helping retailers to work out how to solve their own marketing problems. I do that in a number of ways. One of which is the one we probably most likely to have heard of, which is the e-commerce master plan podcast. Been going for 5 years, available on all the podcasting platforms for free. Every Monday we put out a free to listen to interview with a retailer, from the huge to the tiny, from all over the world, doing and selling all kinds of things. So that's every Monday. Then on Wednesdays, we have my new podcast, Keep Optimizing, which is all about marketing. And each month we focus in on a different marketing method. So this month has been all about getting your marketing foundations in place. So we've done analytics, and I did storytelling that went live today. And then next month, we're all about Facebook ads, and the month after it will be all about email. And I get different experts from around the place to come in and talk about those various topics. And then my books. Yeah, Derek, you wanted me to mention the books as well. So I've also written 5 books on e-commerce. The 3 most popular ones, forgetting which side they're on, are these 3. So that one's about B2B e-commerce. That one there's about customer persuasion, which is about my customer journey model. And then this one is the most recent one. It's been bestseller in the UK for over a year now, and it's frequently, top 10 in the US as well, which is all about the marketing that drives you sales. So yeah, that's me. Hopefully I'm going to bring some good questions, some good intros to the event as well. And it's a real pleasure to be here. So thanks for inviting me, Derek.
Of course. Thanks so much, Chloe. Right before I pass the reins off to you, I'm going to put some links here to everybody following along live on our YouTube, Facebook page. I just put the show notes in there, as well as a link to your site, Chloe, e-commerce master plan, which we can pretty much get everything else we want from there. These show notes are going to be updated in real time. So if you miss something, if there's a link you didn't get or somebody's email address, they will be available for you so that you can follow along there and make sure that nothing is missed. And all of these sessions will be available on demand. So please don't ask in chat. That's the one thing. Will these be available for free later? Yes, they will. Everybody, really loves the presentations and watching them over again. And we're very happy to allow them to be available for free. I know a lot of people like to charge for that, but it's our sponsors that make it free and available for everyone, for all. All right, so I'm going to hop out here, Chloe, and let you take the reins and introduce the first speaker.
Sounds brilliant. Thanks, Derek.
Bye.
Okay, no pressure, guys. It's you and me now. We are going to make this a brilliant first half of the first day of this event. So to do that, I think the very first thing we should do, of course, is to bring on our first speaker of the day. So Donna Lopez has had a counter to corporate career in beauty, doing everything from selling face-to-face to customers right through to turning an indie brand into a major industry player in just 18 months. That's some skills there. With Making Lemonade, she's now on a mission to educate and inspire the next generation of beauty bosses. So who better, quite frankly, to kick this event off? So I click here. We should have Donna on screen. Hello, Donna.
Hi, Chloe. Thank you so much for the kind intro.
My pleasure. As I said, it's awesome to have you here. Are you ready to go and help all our audience become better beauty bosses?
I would love to help us become some better beauty bosses. So very excited for that. Do I just kick it off now?
Yeah. If you want to share your slides, which should be somewhere around here.
One moment. Oh, yes, go ahead.
Are you good if I leave you to it?
Let me give this a shot here. I'm not the most technologically savvy individual, so let's go here.
Down the bottom of your screen, you should have that share screen, which should get us going. Okay. And if I do that, we should have. See, this is the thing, guys. We set up with new tech here, and just as we set up with new tech, I have to add your slide deck to the stream. That is exciting. That looks better, doesn't it?
Okay. Can you see my my screen?
Everyone can now see your screen, and they can see you, and I'm going to disappear and leave you to it.
Okay. Well, I'm sad to see you go, but thank you.
Just yell if you need me, because I'm watching too. All right?
Absolutely. So just a little bit about me, everyone. I am the founder and CEO of a new company called Making Lemonade. And this company is really sort of a passion project for me, as it is sort of what I believe is fulfilling my purpose for really why I came into this industry to begin with. My company really is built on the ethos of, taking opportunities and teaching brands, creators, influencers, and industry professionals and the next generation of beauty bosses how to distort the opportunities that are handed to them, how to first identify those opportunities and then turn them into lemonade. And I know that you're going to be hearing a lot of, lemon squeezy sort of remarks during this. So just bear with me, but we are very passionate about what we do here. And I'm so excited to introduce you to the community. This is really more than a resource. Our company really is a community, and we really invite all of you, whether you're a brand, whether you're a marketing partner, whether you are a new professional, wherever you sit in this space, we are here to really help empower you on your journey, because we know that everybody's journey is unique in this industry. And I found a huge opportunity, even for myself, as if you know anything about my career, coming up and growing up in this industry, starting, at the bottom, literally working in store with people every single day, moving into very, very intense and exciting retailer like HSN and QVC as the head merchant for beauty and for makeup and for nails. And then moving on to become the vice president of merchandising for what became an industry disruptor, Box, and you might know them as Boxycharm. And I was the vice president of merchandising there and brand development. And I helped to scale that company to massive success. And that was kind of the final proof I needed that I really wanted to go out on my own. But one of the major opportunities that I found is that there's not a lot of support when you're in that middle stage, right? When you're not quite big enough to where you need, an industry consultant, a coach, an agency, you're not quite big enough there. But then also, you've kind of grown past being able to take it all on yourself. So, giving you the tools and the empowerment to disrupt in the industry is something that I'm very passionate about. And in my first year in business, I really spent a lot of time going after all of these incredible projects where I had opportunities to disrupt in different areas of the space. And so I'm very passionate about this concept of disruption and creating trends, because something that I have known throughout my career, which is why I called my company Making Lemonade, because we are always making, we are always creating, we are always evolving. And the minute that you stop is the minute that your business stops growing. And so I know I spent quite a bit of time on the background, but it's a very big passion point for me. And it really is the foundation of my company, not just because of what we do for brands, what we do for influencers, what we do for the community, but truly why we do what we do. And our North Star is giving everyone in the community and basically lifting up the entire industry together by empowering each pillar of our industry. So I'm very excited to kick this off. As you can tell, I'm very passionate about it, but I'm excited to bring this up. And really this concept was built off of this ethos of the best way to predict the future is to create it, which is a very famous quote by Peter Drucker, and something that I've basically built my entire career on, which is, you can very easily find your way in the space, in the industry by copy pasting, tactics and strategies, but, you can follow trends, you can invest millions of dollars into trend predictions and industry insights. But the best way to predict the future truly is to create it for yourself and then allow the rest of the industry to catch up with you. That's truly the best way. And if once you're able to kind of dig into that, you're able to truly go in and figure out how your brand fits into this idea of a greater industry. So the first thing I always like to do is start with helping people to understand disruption, because truly the word disruption, I call disruptive in business. It's become the new authentic. And I wish that I could see you guys in a big room, because truly whenever I say this, everybody nods and thinks like, oh my gosh, if they hear the words be disruptive or be authentic one more time, they're going to lose their minds, right? And that's the reality, is that this word disruptive has basically been loosely thrown around, in tech, it's been thrown around in startups, and it's almost rarely achieved because people don't really understand what it means to be disruptive, and understanding that there's different ways that you can disrupt. You can disrupt as a category, you can disrupt as an entire company. You can also just do a disruptive campaign to create brand relevance. And I think sometimes we as brands, and as I've been working directly with brand founders as long as I have, we chase this impossible goal of just disrupting, everything at every moment and not really understanding where your moment is to disrupt. And so defining disruption is key to understanding how you make your brand trend in a meaningful way, because creating a trend and being part of a trend actually isn't that hard, which I know a lot of people are always shocked when I say this, but doing that is not that difficult, but doing it meaningfully is incredibly difficult. So it really goes back to the understanding of being disruptive simply stems from the ability to see an opportunity that others do not see, but also knowing where your brand and your superpowers fit into this idea of disruption at a larger scale. So when I always go into my brand partners, I start with, typically when I start working with brands and my team starts working with brands, we always start with, okay, we want to prepare your brand for disruption. Are there opportunities where a brand can come out of nowhere? Something goes viral overnight. Those things do happen. Are they easy to do in that scenario? Not quite as easy. So what we like to do is really partner to figure out where it makes sense for your brand to become disruptive in this industry. And I encourage you that if you're not working with a professional, to really sit down and figure out what it is that makes your brand special. What is your brand superpower, right? And then figure out what is your North Star and what is your why. And I always start with this because when I ask this question to many brands, especially when I'm working with larger corporations, and I'll ask, what is your why? Why do you want to create a disruptive campaign? Why do you want to create a new category to disrupt the industry? Why do you want to go after X, Y, Z? Okay. And the first thing they usually say, especially on a larger scale, is, oh, because my competitor did it and now I need to catch up. Well, the moment that you hear those words, you're already behind and you're already in trouble. And so I always say you have to have a why that's bigger than simply because my competitor did it. And the reason for that is because if you don't know your why, then you're not going to be able to create purposeful campaigns or a purposeful product, right? Or a purposeful company, depending on which area you're going to disrupt. And you'll hear me throughout the course of this refer to disruption in these buckets, because the reality is again, you can be disruptive and create brand awareness and brand relevance without having to disrupt an entire industry. Sometimes, again, we make things bigger than they need to be. And so I really like to find what is your why and what is the reason why you're trying to disrupt. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, the only way to truly disrupt a market, an industry, a platform is to provide value. Now, value can come in many forms, right? But the need for content and product are in abundance. This is not something that is scarce right now. So a lot of brands really struggle with, how do I find my space, whether they're creating a product or a campaign? How do I find my space within this, big industry? And the reality is, when you come back to the why, you start from a place of creating value. What's in it for them? What's in it for the audience? Let's say it's a piece of content. Is there trending content that doesn't seem to provide value? Yes. But in reality, when you really drill down, sometimes value can be pure entertainment. It can be engagement. It can be something very simple that seems like, well, how is that creating value for the audience that I'm putting this in the market to, or the eyeballs that I'm getting this in front of? But when you think about the things that are trending today, and obviously probably our most viral moments have been on TikTok in the past year. And when you look at these moments in time, you see that there are times where it's okay to have a disruptive moment that is purely for entertainment value, just getting your name out there, surrounding the content around a particular pillar of your brand, versus it doesn't always have to be everything, right? And so I like to just always remind the brands, because what ends up happening is when you start comparing, I always say that comparison really cramps creativity, because when you start comparing to, oh, X brand has a $5 million budget and that's why they were able to do that and be disruptive. They just paid for it. And then you basically count yourself out of opportunities that are organic where you can be disruptive. So I always like to start with the why. Then we go into, how do you find the lemon? So are you trying to disrupt a market or create a trend within a market? They are two different things, or they can be two different things. Getting into the soul of your brand and using your brand's superpower to fill the gap. So once you truly know what your brand's superpower is and what it brings to the table for the market that you're trying to disrupt, that's when you're really able to start seeing, oh, there's an opportunity here. Maybe there's a platform that has been undiscovered. Maybe there's a platform that there's a perception that your brand wouldn't play into that, which I'm going to get into that in a moment, because it really comes back to breaking free of, perspectives sometimes. And a lot of times when I go into brands, the big fight is really getting everyone from point A to the point of starting the execution of the campaign. And when you start at point A and you understand, here's the lemon that I'm looking for. I'm really trying to find this moment in time. I'm trying to, there's an opportunity, there's something that's trending that your brand plays into that you can then create a campaign around and disrupt. Sometimes it's as simple as that, guys. And I know it sounds like very vague, but it truly is. You have to look at this through this lens of finding the opportunities in order to distort. And then I go into squeeze it, right? So find the lemon. And once you find this lemon, you squeeze it, right? And disruption begins as an opportunity to distort, but that time clock runs out quickly these days. Get buy-in as quickly as possible and squeeze the day immediately. This is a huge opportunity for a lot of brands as they're going through the process of, I'm going to create X campaign to disrupt the industry, or I'm going to create this product, which is going to disrupt the category. What ends up happening, especially with my larger brands and some of my smaller brands too, is that they spend so much time in the boardroom that they forget that by the time that they're done, all the brainstorming and debating and discussing, somebody else has already done it. Okay. So I always say a lot of the TikTok campaigns actually that have gone viral, and I had an amazing opportunity in my first year of business to partner with movers and shakers, who I believe you're going to hear from at some point during this, this conference. But I had the opportunity to partner with movers and shakers on the very, very viral Eyes, Lips, Face campaign with e.l.f. Cosmetics. And one of the major things is people had the assumption when we were done that there was, a year of planning went into it. They whipped this campaign around like this because there was an opportunity and they knew it was time to strike, right? And so just as, TikTok was starting to kind of make its way, into the space, and at that point, there really weren't a lot of brands who had been very, very successful at understanding that space. And movers and shakers are just geniuses. And I was very honored to have the opportunity to work with them on this. But because of their genius and e.l.f.'s urgency, we were able to execute upon a campaign very quickly. And we were able to strike before everything had already been saturated. And that's why it's so important to stop just discussing time and time again in the boardroom what we're going to do, why we're going to do it, a meeting to have another meeting to have another meeting. Have an idea, try it, and go disrupt. So go squeeze the day, go squeeze the opportunity. As soon as you've identified what your lemon is, go squeeze it immediately. You have no time to waste because content is of abundance, okay? And the consumer is being inundated with content every single day and many, 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 many times a day. So it's important that if you're going to go in and disrupt and with the intention of creating a shakeup in your space, then you absolutely need to strike immediately. So this is another thing that I love to talk about, which are sort of the do's and don'ts of disruption. And I'll go into a little bit of background on some of these as I go through. And then I'm going to kind of give you some examples of some brands that I've worked with and some companies that I've had the opportunity to be a part of. So one thing that I always start with, which you heard me mention earlier, is do provide value to the market. Now, interestingly enough, I actually when I worked for Boxycharm, it was a very interesting time, because they had just come into the space. So when I joined, it was me and the CEO and the founder and a COO. And those were really the main three, the only two executives that were in the space or in the company at the time. And so when I came in, they were just starting to kind of, get their bearings. They were growing at a really healthy pace. but they were just kind of deciding, okay, what's our main position? They didn't have, anybody heading up marketing yet. So they were in just kind of, but they had really mastered influencer marketing already, just from the sheer value of the product that they were putting into market. And to give you guys a little bit of background, when Boxycharm came to market, there was Ipsy, there was Birchbox, there was Glossybox, there was a few boxes, FabFitFun, but this was really the first box to come to market that was full size, okay? With the exception of FabFitFun, but as far as an all beauty box, it was really the first and major box to come to market in full size. Now, what's really interesting about that is, that was the message that was being driven home over and over and over again. And so when I came into the company and I sat down with the CEO and the COO, and there was, some other new like VPs and directors that had started. And, we were all just having a brainstorming session, just talking about, kind of really what I was doing, because it was my first week in the company. And I had asked them, okay, I'm creating now brand decks because I'm going to go pitch the brands on the value and what's different about Boxycharm. And they looked at me almost like I was crazy. They gave me this look of, well, what do you mean? You don't know this? We're the first full size beauty box, in the space. And I looked at and they looked at me with this look, and I said, that's a position for sure, but that's just one thing, and that's very easily copied. So I need us to come up with something else, because just going to a brand and saying, by the way, we're full size and this is why we're super valuable, our community, et cetera, is not enough. Because number one, all it would take is a more established box, because at this point, as I mentioned, the majority of the subscription box industry was sample size, okay? So we did have a really good cult following, and we did have an interesting demographic. But what was really interesting about this meeting was that even our own team didn't know what our true disruption piece was. Now, being full size was certainly a disruption, and it certainly caused a shakeup. But what I said to them is true disruption really comes from something that is not easily imitated. So when it comes down to the end of that story, I said to them in this meeting, being full size isn't good enough. And I will never forget like the look of everyone's faces in the room, because nobody had really considered it. And I said, this is the true moment of, we're growing. All that has to happen at this point, if we don't come up with something new now, the next thing that's going to happen is Ipsy's going to launch full size. This box is going to launch full size. And then it's game over for us, and our entire point of difference is gone, right? And it was a moment where we all were a little nervous, but also very excited, because now we had an opportunity to truly take the lemon and make some lemonade out of it. And the reality was that what we decided to do from there was create exclusives within the box and creating these incredible partnerships, collaborations, which of course now you see in the masses as well. But it was a really interesting time, because it took our competition a long time to catch up with us from that perspective. Because when we came out of nowhere, not only with just great full size products with incredible brands, we came out with exclusives that you couldn't get in retail. A brand new launch, something that you weren't even going to see in store yet, that then fed into the market. And it was a really interesting time for us, because it put us in a really beautiful place of prestige that we hadn't seen before. And so we not only grew our entire subscription base substantially in the 12 to 18 months that we implemented that immediate strategy, it really helped us to grow, to scale, but also provided incredible loyalty to our brand, because we were the innovators in the market. We weren't just throwing product in a box and shipping it out the door. We were creating something new, exciting, exclusive. When we created, what the world knows today as FOMO, fear of missing out. And that's another piece to do's and don'ts of disruption, is that you want to create a fear of missing out, a sense of urgency, something you have to either see, engage with, participate in with now, right? So one of the major successes of TikTok is because of the fact that when you create a trend or you do something that goes viral on TikTok, people want to jump on that trend immediately because it's fun, it's engaging, it's exciting, which leads me into do a dance in uncharted and failed territory. And I always say do a dance in this uncharted and failed territory, which always freaks people out. But when you do this dance in uncharted territory, and I'll get to the failed territory in a moment, when you do this dance in uncharted territory, it really is a celebration, because most of the time, the reason why brands are not disruptive is because they're afraid. They're afraid to go into uncharted territory. And it's a really interesting space to be in, because, it's really hard to get executive buy-in, investor buy-in, even audience buy-in when it's something that doesn't exist. It's a lot easier to take something that exists and make it better. I think there's an argument to both sides of that, of course. But while there's a little bit of a sense of ease in that journey, because you do have a playbook that you can sort of start to see where they win, where they fail, their missteps, you can kind of track that along the way, and you have the opportunity to optimize. It also means that you're not going to be a true innovator. And when you're a true innovator, you can do this celebration, this dance in this uncharted territory that you were able to conquer as a brand. And this next part, when I talk about failed territory or being in failed territory, this is something that really scares, especially with some of my larger brand partners that I work with, where the history in a particular category, the history in a particular space, the history on a particular platform, a style of campaign, when there's failure as the track record with other brands, it's really hard to get buy-in to be able to move a strategy like that forward. But I always say, don't be afraid of other people who failed to try to do what you wanted to do. Maybe there's a reason for that. And obviously you have to do your due diligence and your analysis, which is part of what my company does to help brands to disrupt in their spaces. But the reality is that when you come back to this moment of, remembering who you are and who your brand is and what makes your brand special, and if you have a solid foundation for that, there's a much higher rate of success opportunity there. And where I find that brands have misstepped or failed in certain spaces, it's because they were maybe too true to their brand, which I'll get into in a moment in the don't side. Maybe they were almost too true to their brand, and they didn't take into account the audience and the eyeballs that were on them, to be able to disrupt that particular audience or that particular market. So it's a really interesting space because, once you're able to conquer something, and I think about the TikTok campaign a lot and a lot of things on TikTok, because that was a territory that was both uncharted, but also beauty. There had really not been any incredible results in beauty at the time when we first came in. There had been a couple of strong campaigns, but there really wasn't anything that was overwhelmingly successful that they felt like it was really worth it to continue down. And it was immediately written off. In fact, I spoke to some brands who had tried some TikTok campaigns and then contacted me after I had worked on with Movers and Shakers, this e.l.f. campaign. And they said, I don't get it. We did TikTok, we did the whole thing, and it didn't do well. And I said, well, when you look at your global strategy, you basically took your playbook for marketing and you applied it to the TikTok audience, which is completely the wrong thing to do. And so when you find this moment of, a lot of people, you have to be really, really self-aware when you're trying to disrupt. And so when you really look at the playbook of what you did or what X brand did that caused them to potentially flop on this particular, platform or in this space or the product, wherever they fell flat, you can take those learnings and optimize for yourself and then apply your superpowers for it. Just because somebody else failed at it, I always say, they are not you. And at the end of the day, you are, a hero in your space. And what your strengths are as a brand, and what your opportunities are as a brand. And so it's up to you to be incredibly self-aware during this time as you're developing a strategy for disruption to really drive forward the results. So it's important that you really take a look at the entire landscape as you're building out these strategies. Do know when to bring in a professional. Recently, I had someone reach out from a very large brand who they are known for disruption in the industry. In fact, their entire brand was based off of disruption. And a major brand called me and asked me to come in. And her exact words to me were, I know where my strengths are, and they are not the strengths that your team has. So we're going to need to bring you in. And whether it's my company or whether it's, even looking to for getting a professional, if you're trying to disrupt if you're trying to get a hold of the Gen Z market, you should probably ask someone who's Gen Z what they think of the campaign that you've pulled together. Don't just rely on the people in the boardroom. Go beyond and figure out who it is that's going to tell you. Ask a creator, have them sign an NDA and ask a creator what they think. Take a TikTok creator and have them come in and collaborate to help you with creating an incredible TikTok campaign. Same thing with if you're going to disrupt another platform like Twitch or something that's really interesting and unique that's not your basic playbook of marketing tactics and social media today. You go with the people who actually are experts in the space. Don't limit yourself to just the people that are sitting around in your executive team. Go out beyond and start to ask the people who can really help you and collaborate with them so you can actually build a successful strategy together. You're not going to know everything, and we don't know everything. That's why we even bring in people when there is a territory that we haven't gone in before. We'll pull experts from different platforms, different categories to ensure that we develop a very successful campaign for our brand partners. So going into the don'ts, don't let your brand position limit you. If I had $1 for every single time one of my brands said, oh, that's not on brand for us, I could retire. I could truly retire. Now, while I believe that it's important because I do believe in brand positions, I do believe that they strengthen the success of your brand. I do believe they strengthen the success of your marketing campaigns. I do say don't allow your brand position to limit you. Because just because you're where your brand sits today doesn't mean that that's where your brand has to stay tomorrow, or that a whole nother generation is coming in. Don't allow your brand position to limit you. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to subscribe to every trend. You find your places where you can play, where it feels authentic, another one of our favorite words, but when it feels like it actually makes sense with your brand. If you're a brand that typically is more mature, your age range, is, 40 plus or 50 plus, that doesn't mean that you can't play in spaces that are more Gen Z and millennial focused. What maybe you do is like a mother-daughter campaign or a sister to an aunt or whatever the case is. You can play in this space very differently. You don't have to do it in a way that doesn't feel authentic to your brand or your brand position. But also in that same breath, don't let your brand position limit you. Don't put those limitations on yourself. And that leads me into my next point, which is don't underestimate your audience. This is a big one for me too, because what I hear from a lot of brands is, oh, my audience doesn't respond to that, or my audience won't go on TikTok, or my audience would never be on Twitch. My audience would never. Now, maybe they're not sitting there as gamers on Twitch all day long, but I do know there's a huge market for, there's professional coaches that are on Twitch. There are relationship guidance, guidance counselors that are on Twitch. There's so many different opportunities for different platforms and different spaces that you can actually go after. Even at HSN, when I was a buyer at HSN, I'll never forget this moment because I was sitting in a room with our executive team and we were working with Too Faced at the time. And we wanted to bring in, one of their top selling lipsticks at the time was this iridescent holographic blue lipstick. And everyone on the executive team said, no, we're not going to bring it in. We can't bring it in. We can't bring it in. And, our audience won't like that. We're only going to buy a small amount. Okay, fine, we'll bring it in, but we're only going to buy a small amount. So we finally brought in this product, which our audience at HSN is primarily 40s, 50s, and above. And that's our core customer as well. Actually, our core customer was even above 50. But knowing that, it was really fascinating because we got it in and sold out immediately. And our entire team was very confused. Like, what is she doing with this blue unicorn lipstick, right? Now, it was more of an iridescent, but even still, they were all wondering, what is she doing with this lipstick? So we brought in another round and we brought in another round. It became our #1 selling lipstick in the category. And it was because and if we had not gone after it and at least tested it, we would have never known that our audience was completely fine with wearing a blue holographic lipstick. No problem whatsoever. And so it's these moments of don't underestimate your customer. Sometimes he or she will surprise you in ways that you never expected. Throw it out there, do a test. Don't play it safe, which leads me into our last comment, which is do not play it safe. If you want to truly disrupt in any industry, you cannot play it safe. And I cannot tell, and that doesn't mean go out and blow your entire budget. But what that means is test, try, learn. What's the worst thing that can happen? Invest a little bit, because you do have to pay to play, whether you're paying creators or whether you're paying, for, a particular unique formulation or a collaboration. You're going to pay for it somewhere along the line. But at the end of the day, do not play it safe. And a lot of brands, they don't feel comfortable because they don't have, the data, the backup. And sometimes when you're going into a place of disruption, you have to go to the best data point, which is your gut. And that's, at the end of the day, sometimes it's as simple as that. And I know, it's kind of like the, when you work in this space where you partner with brands, whether you are, an agency or a consultant, whatever your terminology is, right? And I don't really like to call us an agency, because we really dive in deep with our brands and we really become one with them. And we really have valuable partnerships with our brand partners, but also with our creators and our professionals that we coach as well. But, I don't really, when you think about that from that perspective, like there's kind of like this taboo moment where you don't want to give away too much information or tell the brands too much how to do it themselves, because then they don't need you, right? But at the end of the day, like we all have a gut. And I always tell my brands, like whether you hire us or not, whether you, hire a creator, go with your gut, because at the end of the day, that is where you're going to see the truth, right? The truth is going to come out of you from that perspective. And when you know that something doesn't feel right or something just seems strange, forget what your logic tells you, because sometimes logic in terms of creating something really that is going to provide an incredible shakeup, the logic in your brain gets in the way. Okay. And I've sat in meetings with, all the data people that told me every single thing that was going to go wrong if I move forward with X category, or I move forward with X plan, or, well, I don't see this. And then all of these brands that failed doing this. If I wanted to, I could literally tell you 1,000 times where I've sat in a room with varying executive teams for companies that I've worked for, as in I was employed by them, and also worked with as far as my post corporate career with Making Lemonade. And I've gotten all the reasons why I shouldn't do something, or why they don't want to, or why we shouldn't. And when we tried it and when we did it, we were extremely successful. So there are times that you're going to have to get buy-in from your executive team, from your partners, from your investors, and you're going to have to fight for something that you're not quite sure is going to work, but in your gut, there's an opportunity there. Generally speaking, that is the truth. And that is what's going to end up happening and manifesting for your incredible brand. So these are just a few of like my basic do's and don'ts of, figuring out where you fit in this realm, and also hopefully making it a little bit more digestible for you that you can be disruptive as a brand. You don't have to have 1 billion views or 20 billion views to be disruptive. You can be disruptive in your own category. You can be disruptive with your own audience. You can be disruptive within your own community. You can be disruptive, in a product. You can be disruptive in an entire market. You can be disruptive in any difference, in many different scales and many.
Unfortunately now, Donna, I'm going to have to be disruptive, because
please
you'll be,
stop me. I talk a lot, so I'm done.
And it's amazing. I have to say, I have almost completely lost track of the time myself, and I can see some other people here who are kind of like absolutely loving what you're saying. But we do have to wrap yours up. So,
no,
Donna,
thank you. I could go on for hours about this. So feel free to connect with me you can email me anytime. I'm also on LinkedIn, of course, and you can follow our company on social. We are sort of redoing some things with our social. So I'm very excited to have you guys as part of our community. Thank you for listening to me blab on about how to be disruptive in the industry. It's obviously a huge passion point for me. And I will let you guys go and move on with the rest of your conference. Keep talking.
You've been a star. Thank you, Donna. It's been absolutely brilliant having you here. Everybody, I need to tell you something very important before we go on to our next session, which is if you were getting really excited by the TikTok stuff there, tomorrow we have Evan from Movers and Shakers joining us in the conference to take us through the strategy behind the world's largest TikTok campaign. That's tomorrow at 11:10 a.m. PST. So you do not want to miss that. That's going to be absolutely crucial if you can see TikTok in your future. And yeah, be disruptive and don't play it safe. It's crucial. It's so easy to play it safe, and we really shouldn't. Okay, we are now going to go on straight on to our next session. So coming up, we have Nicole Buckeley, who has been at the cutting edge of game-changing consumer tech since the early 2020s. Now she's focused on helping e-commerce brands just like you guys to improve customer support by using great tools, AI, and personalization via the Gorgeous platform. Our marvelous sponsors, Gorgeous. And it is a key channel, such a key channel, especially in the beauty sector where consumers have so many questions. So let's get Nicole in here right now. If I can find my mouse. There we go. Here's Nicole.
Hi,
Hello,
hi
Nicole.
everyone.
And
Hi.
Nicole's being joined by two retailers. We've got Emily from Naked Frankie, and we've also got Bunny from Bloom. So loads of us on here. Nicole, I think I should let you pretty much just take it over, I think. So have you got your slide deck there that you can share? Are we going with slides today? We are. Excellent. We'll just get those up on screen and I'll get those shared for you. Hello, Nicole. No, we have a frozen Nicole.
Guys, here. Is my connection? No.
Yeah, you're. So let's just. Are you able to shut down your? Yeah, let's get rid of the camera, and that hopefully will work. Are you sharing slides, Nicole? Can I hear Nicole?
Oh, can you guys hear me? Can you see me?
I can hear you. I can see you. You were breaking up. You don't seem to be anymore. This is good. I'll keep an eye if we need to lose your video as we go through. Are you sharing slides, Nicole?
Yes, I am going to be sharing slides, and I'm sorry, I'm home at my parents' house. They have the worst Wi-Fi. I don't think they've upgraded for a couple years. Really just trying to and making sure it's off the Wi-Fi. So it's just full clearance going on my end.
It's breaking up a lot. So if we could lose your video feed, I hope we can make it work. So Nicole, you're breaking up a lot. So if we could lose your video feed, so down the bottom of your screen, if you hit stop cam, I should still be able to hear you. That's better. That's better. Cool. And are you starting off by sharing slides, or shall I go away and just put them live when you're ready? Nicole, are you there?
All right. Well, thank you guys. Can you guys hear me?
We can, but you're coming in and out.
Okay, I'm going to connect to a hotspot. Give me 1 minute.
Okay, cool. In which case, whilst Nicole's doing that, Emily, do you want to just tell us a little bit about your business whilst we're waiting for Nicole to get her tech working?
Yeah, of course. Hi, everybody. I'm Emily, a co-founder, CMO of Naked Frankie. Naked Frankie is a refill delivery service for bath and body essentials based out of Los Angeles. If you're unfamiliar with refill model, it's basically allowing our customers to reduce plastic packaging waste by returning their finished bottles back to us, which will be sanitized and reused again for future orders.
Very cool. And Bonnie, would you like to let us know a bit more about you and your business too, please?
Yeah, totally. Good morning. My name is Bunny. I'm one of the co-founders of Bloom. So we're a direct-to-consumer skincare, self-care, and body care startup that really helps girls own their natural bravery through empowering products and education. So we're based in Vancouver. We primarily sell online through our own website, but you can also find us at Sephora in Canada and Urban Outfitters. Yeah.
Excellent. And have you found, Bonnie, that selling through multiple channels, so the wholesale route as well as your own website, has that been a joy, or was it a tough? How did you come to start doing it that way, I guess?
Yeah, great question. I mean, I think, there's lots of pros and cons on both sides. I think, obviously when you are a direct-to-consumer startup and you really own 100% of that relationship, every single customer that's ever purchased from you. And to an extent, you can do your best to get into contact with them and learn more about their experience, or even know, if they repurchased, if they, in some cases, how much time they spent on the site, in some cases, if they interacted with customer service and so on and so forth. And so all those things are so key, whereas obviously when you sell through a third party, it just becomes a big black box. But for us, it's really important for us to be where our customers are. And, in some cases, it is super convenient to purchase your skincare products online. And in other cases, you really just want to pick up your deodorant or tampons when you are already out of the house and you've realized that you're on like your last tampon and you need it. And I think if we were all as prepared as we would like to be, I think sometimes shopping online can be more convenient, and other times you just need something then and there.
Excellent. I think Nicole might be back. Nicole,
Yes,
can I hear you?
I'm incredibly sorry about this. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm just going to kind of proceed, and maybe I'll come in a little later, so I'll just pause after I continue. But thank you so much, Bunny, for already introducing yourself. And then Emily, I don't know if you went, but was going to intro you, but you already went. Okay, perfect. So super sorry about that. And today we're kind of going to be talking about how to really maximize the customer experience. And I'm going to share a few slides, but really want it to be conversational. So if you guys have questions for Emily and Bunny, who are kind of leading edge D2C brands, so we should definitely ask them whatever you want. I think the best conversation is when you can really have brands speak to it. So I'm going to kind of start a little bit of a presentation and then ask them questions throughout, but please don't be shy. I think the more questions, the better. And let me know if you can see my screen. We good to go? Can you guys all see my screen?
Yes, good.
That's great. Awesome. Perfect. So here, again, just some faces so you guys have it. Super excited to be joined by you guys. I'm honestly like a little nervous because they're so cool and way cooler than me, but excited to hear kind of like their feedback and their experience this past year, especially from both that are co-founders who have seen exactly what happens right at the beginning with startups. So let's kind of dial back to last year. I'm sure, everyone was affected by COVID-19. Initially in Gorgeous, we saw a drop in tickets from about a 33% drop initially in March because everyone's like, what are we doing? And then we saw a 2.5x increase after that. And that's grown even more now with 2021. So, a lot of brands had a shift to move online. And, I guess my question for Bunny and Emily is, was this a similar trend that you guys saw? I know, Emily, you're a little bit newer, so curious kind of how you guys navigated this entire new landscape and, what was kind of a trend that you specifically saw?
Yeah, definitely. So we launched in November of last year. So we really can't tell you about the trend in terms of sales or anything like that, but definitely for a company that's been in prep since 2019, we was about to launch with our brick and mortar store in April. So when COVID hit, it was kind of a moment of confusion, but I think what really came out of it was a pivot that really benefited us, and it was really blessings in disguise because we realized, from transforming from the brick and mortar retail model to kind of this e-commerce and local delivery model that we're in right now, our customers have actually gotten given us so much great feedback around it, and especially when our competitor refill stores are so brick and mortar based, being that delivery model came in to a really good advantage for us.
Awesome. That's super, super great feedback. And then I guess, Bunny, kind of on your end, what were some trends that you guys dealt with, some new challenges that you faced?
Yeah, I think That's a great question. I mean, I think we probably saw a really, really similar kind of drop, the same way your graph shows. I know, like, I think it was like mid-March when we were all told to kind of start working from home and staying home more. And I think the most interesting thing was that it was so uncertain. Nobody knew, how long this was going to be for. Is this for 6 months? Is this for 2 months? And I think for most of us, we didn't really imagine it to have, panned out the way that it did. And so we did see a drop in orders for a period. And then we saw things kind of normalize and go back to kind of regular programming. I know from like a CPM perspective and some of the paid channels, there's a huge change there too, just as like travel companies stopped advertising and CPMs dropped and things like that. So it was definitely a volatile few months.
Yeah, you and the rest of the world. I mean, I think, one thing to really focus on is being a D2C brand. It kind of gives you a leg up, because I do, we work with now almost 6,000 customers, and a lot of them were actually just formerly only retail B2B. So already just kind of being ahead of that e-commerce trend, I think is helpful, but again, brings a lot of challenges of its own. And kind of what we saw is like a huge increase in support. We saw a huge increase in channels just after kind of that March period where people were figuring it out. They were, Shopify had a huge boom. We saw a huge increase from brands. And then a lot of support teams were kind of overwhelmed. And a lot of these support teams were also seeing a lot of repetitive inquiries. So I guess my questions to you, so Bunny specifically, what were some things that you saw that were repetitive? And then what did you do to manage all these support tickets? And then Emily, since you're a little bit newer, just kind of to the space, kind of understanding how do you plan on dealing with kind of what's upcoming? I think the really important thing is customer experience starts from one person to, 10,000 people. I think, anywhere you go, there's customer support. So it's really relevant that we have two different size brands to really talk about kind of the beginning and the end as well.
Yeah, I mean, for Bloom, we actually have such an interesting relationship with our customers because quite often, we chat with them or have communication with them beyond just, issues with their product or issues with their shipping. And we noticed that definitely over COVID too, where customers were emailing us with just other concerns about questions that they had, or they were telling us about changes in their lives and how they were shifting to work from home. They were asking us about, what our protocols were, what we were doing to ensure that our staff were staying safe. I think a lot of our customers tend to shop with their wallets or vote with their wallets. And so they really want to ensure that the companies that they're continuing to support and purchase from have the same values that they have, and that they also treat their employees correctly. And I think what is really interesting is, if we all remember back in like March and April, we were all sanitizing every package that came in, and people were quarantining their packages for a couple days before they actually started opening them out of fear of, if the virus could live on surfaces or not. And I think a lot of those questions were the type that we were getting. And then, just also the general ones where somebody would send an email about where's my package, and they would send it 3 times in one day just because they're sitting at home. They had more free time. They're waiting for their postman to come. They'd see like their FedEx and UPS driver drive by their house and not stop. And they'd be like, I was supposed to get something today. And so we did see that to be really interesting. And I think kind of immediately within those first few months, the postal services also started seeing an influx, and also we're having a hard time keeping up. And so because there was such little visibility into what was happening with the postal services, we were getting the brunt of a lot of those inquiries to be like, why hasn't the tracking updated, or why are certain things the way that they are? And I mean, even for our 3PL, they had to switch to a whole new system to be COVID compliant, and that also caused some delays and things like that on the shipping side, which we were communicating to our customers.
Awesome. I think that's so relevant that you were not only just getting product questions, but you're getting questions about COVID on your product, and just like a shift in mindset and how you have to really prepare for that, because you have to tell your support team how to answer those questions. And of course, you always want to keep the customer first and tell them, yeah, of course, the product will be fine. If you get it on your doorstep, the virus will be, must have been a really challenge for you guys to deal with. And I was definitely one of those people that was messaging, where's my order 4 times a day, because I was sitting at home and so excited. It felt like Christmas every day getting packages, and it was like the most exciting part of my day. So can totally understand that consumer experience. And then, yeah, Emily, I guess for you, yeah, how are you kind of planning, around the customer experience? I know you launched November, to really optimize on that experience and make sure you're accounting for everything.
Yeah, so very similar to Bunny and Bloom, I guess we have a very interactive relationship with our customers. So, coming from kind of this brick and mortar model that's like very local, as we transferred over to this e-commerce model, we still kind of want to maintain that type of relationship with our customers. So, majority of our interactions right now are just, responding to each other's Instagram stories or responding to each other's comments. So that way that we're really building that kind of trust relationship with our customers. But in terms of kind of like the support side of things, because our retail model is so novel as of now, in terms of like, what is a refill? That's like one of the biggest questions that we get. And, how does the process work? So with those things, like it was really important to us that rather than just having like a landing page about description, like we wanted to make sure that they have a channel to talk to us directly, and we can explain it to him with kind of the personal voice and tone. So those are the things kind of we are planning on and we're actively trying to optimize on.
Yeah, I think brand and tone is so important. Especially, how to retain your customers is really dealing with them very delicately. And I know you guys have a very interactive experience. But with that, again, as I mentioned, there's a lot of repetitive inquiries. So, at Gorgeous, we preach a lot about automation and how to really stay personalized while also using automation and machine learning to do a big lift for those repetitive inquiries. So is that something you guys practice, or how do you guys kind of work around still keeping that delicate customer interaction without having to sound robotic, which a lot of people think if you use automation it's going to be kind of a robotic sense, which isn't true, and I'll kind of give you guys examples after that, but would love to hear from the brands first. And Bunny, you can totally go first, I think, because you guys are so heavy users of our platform.
Yeah, I mean, I am so grateful for the macros and the automation and the canned responses. Pretty much early on in March, and ever since then, we've just continued to update our canned responses and our macros and our tags as needed. And our CS team will, prepare them, and they'll all go through them together based off of either, some inquiries that we anticipate having, or inquiries that we're seeing kind of repetitively, and we're like, okay, let's make sure that we speed this up. So we have a rule at Bloom where if there's any email that we receive more than 3 times within like a 24 to 48 hour period, we need to make kind of a macro and an automation and a system around it, because chances are that if we're seeing that inquiry come in, we're going to continue to see it over time. So that's kind of like one thing that we always live by. And we have macros and canned responses for everything, and we use them. I would say like we maybe have 5% of tickets that go out that don't involve some type of macro automation or pre-set up tag. Almost all of our inquiries do include these, but we personalize each one as well. So I don't think we ever send out an email that's just like, the automated canned response. It's always personalized, it's always edited, but it saves us just so much time. And then I think we also have tags set up based off of certain types of inquiries, or Gorgeous picks up what kind of question it is, and then we use those tags to further make more decisions from like a data perspective going forward.
That's awesome. I think one of the most important things that we talk about is, implementing a service or a software is actually going to save you so much time and money. So, especially like Emily, if you're a small founding team, you actually have such limited time to spend on certain items. So while customer experience is super important and you should treat it with the utmost care, you also can lean on certain softwares to make sure that it helps you out a lot, because it saves them a lot of time and money. And Emily, I would love to kind of hear your feedback around that thought. And totally, if you don't agree, that's totally fine. Would just love to just understand kind of your point.
No, absolutely. I love the macro feature that Gorgeous provided. Like you said, as a kind of a small founding team that we have, we don't have that kind of customer support operational team that could be online 24/7. So having something like this really saved our time and just like general customer experience. Also, another thing that I wanted to really appreciate about Gorgeous was having that integration with Shopify so that like it really reduces time going back and forth between, you know, the customer, looking at customer profiles on different channels and then coming back to this CRS system. We also very much integrated Gorgeous into Macro to trigger a flow from our email service provider, Klaviyo. That has also like saved a lot of time for us because, you know, based on the kind of the chat conversations that we have, if we needed like send them into a certain automated flow into email, that was just a button click away. So it's definitely having that automation feature is a must for any small companies like us.
Yeah, and I think that exactly how you said, capturing that customer data and then having to, you know, trigger in Klaviyo is again where automation can be super key. Whether it's Gorgeous, whether it's other platforms, I think they're so intertwined that looking into platforms and services like this is going to be super useful for an e-commerce brand that wants to kind of grow in 2021. And I love that you kind of touched a little bit about the omni-channel experience. I think one really important piece is with all these different types of customer experience, you can drive a lot of revenue. So we actually found at Gorgeous that the conversion rate on conversations that are responded within 10 minutes, so whether that's SMS, whether that's Instagram chat, is 28%. So again, if it's less than 10 minutes, it's going to be a higher conversion rate. And if you think about it and you sit at your desk and you're on a website and they don't get back to you within a couple minutes, you've lost that customer. So again, just kind of to think about it, or in another term, if you're going to a restaurant and you get really bad service, you're probably not going to want to go back. I'm definitely one of those people. I always try to give a second chance. But I think the same thing goes with making sure that they're having such a great experience, trying to target them wherever they are with Klaviyo and other tools to really drive up that conversion rate. And again, from both of you, would love to hear if you guys have any best practices there or how you guys have kind of attested to this statement. And if not, no worries. I can just continue talking about it.
Yeah, I can go first. We utilize, I think, the feature of just being online while somebody is available. And so we generally try to have like, you know, really set chat times so that people know when they can count on us and find us. But if, you know, for whatever reason that day we're not able to be online or nobody's able to really be available on chat, we always just ensure to be offline so that there's no experience of like, you know, expecting to get a reply. I think people don't often, or people are quite used to still going to a website and not seeing live chat and not being able to chat with anybody. And I don't think there's really any issues with that from a customer service experience. But I think, like you said, the worst experience is truly when you think that you're going to get a reply and then there's just, you know, crickets and silence and you're like, did they get my message? Did they not get my message? Am I going to get an email back? Do I need to go send an email now? And so we use like auto replies whenever possible and just try to make it as clear that, you know, we are online and we're here to respond, or we are not online right now, and send us an email.
Love that. I think that's a great best practice.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this stat is, I think, very universal to, you know, any other channels as well. Like, you know, if I get a reply from an email from some other brands or like a DM reply within 5 minutes, like I'm automatically just having like the positive like experience with the brand and more likely to just purchase from them. Having said that, for a small company like us, it's been very difficult to really like follow that, you know, internal guideline that we had to be able to respond to them as quickly as possible. And I would say kind of my learning from this experience so far and to the kind of small businesses that are starting out is that don't be hard on yourselves if you can't respond to all the tickets within 10 minutes. I mean, you know, it's not like we can have like entire customer service team in other countries or try to help out. Like that's just not possible for small businesses. And we found that, you know, a lot of customers are really understanding if you're transparent about it and then just letting them know what the context was and where you're coming from. And customers, yeah, and we haven't gotten as negative feedback as we expected to have from before. So yeah.
Yeah. No, I think you hit a great point. I think there's going to be different benchmarks for the size of the brand that you are, the capacity that you have. And again, I think the more that you can also show empathy, you know, like I had a friend, she was having a really bad day, and someone wrote her a really nasty email being like, I expect to get my shipment on time. And she responded and put a huge post on her story and was like, hey, I'm a one-person team. I might seem like a bigger brand, but I'm doing everything by myself. So I'm having a really, sad day hearing this feedback, but also want, you guys to know that this is just me alone in this. And she actually just had the highest sales ever just from that post on her story that day. And she messaged me and she was like, oh my gosh, being authentic and just being real it actually drove sales for me. So again, I think, like you said, for small brands, for larger brands, the more authentic you can be and the more like in your brand tone you can be, that's really what's important. And that kind of brings me into like that omni-channel experience, how I mentioned with stories, with Instagram, with Facebook. I think something that we see a lot is, again, you can't always be everywhere, but the more channels that you have, the more you can kind of attack a new kind of consumer. So I guess for you guys, what are the channels that you guys are active on? Who do you know, or what do you know your consumer uses? And which ones would you recommend that are like must be or must use? I know for us, SMS and Facebook Messenger are our top 2 channels right now. I think people like that conversational tone, really quickly responding. And then of course, Instagram DMs, which Gorgeous is rolling out in a month or 2 here. So stay tuned. But yeah, would love to hear from both of you guys again.
Yeah, I think we're probably on most of the channels. We definitely get the least amount of, I think, like DMs or inquiries through Facebook, whereas like we get more like comments on ads and things on Facebook. SMS is really, really big for us. Email's huge, and Instagram DMs are probably our biggest. Most of our community is definitely on Instagram, and I think people tend to use Instagram as like all types of communication. So not just like, I love this, or sharing something with us, or tagging us in posts, but also like customer inquiries and where's my order and something went wrong, or I have a question about, what type of product works best for my skin type, and should, if I use this product, can I use this product alongside of it, and so on and so forth. And so I think traditionally we would expect all of those kind of inquiries to come through email, and majority of them I would say probably still do, but both Instagram and SMS are pretty fast in creeping up and becoming kind of second and thirds in our ways customers communicate with us.
And do you have any examples of, how you engage, and you can think on this and we can come back to it, but, an example of a story that really sticks with you from like a customer experience standpoint on any of the channels?
I think one thing that kind of stands out, and it's not necessarily a specific experience, but it happens often, is that customers want to tell us about things in their life just because they want to chat. And I think going back to authenticity and really being honest and true to our customers it comes down to that. Like they'll tell us that they need to change, their delivery address because they broke up with their boyfriend, or that they need to cancel their subscription because they're pregnant. And so we really have that open and honest communication with our customers, and whenever possible we try to then surprise and delight them based off of the information that they've told us. So if they're moving houses, maybe we'll send them a bouquet of flowers, or if they're sometimes they'll go on like a new type of hormonal acne pill, which means that they can't use any topicals, and we'll try to gift them something to make that transition easier. So there's all these little things that we learn about our customers that help us make more informed decisions, but also allow us to build that rapport and really just treat our customers like our friends. Because at the end of the day, I think that many of them are, with our CS team especially. They've gotten so close to so many of our customers, and I think it's just really interesting and cool that not only do they ask us like, oh, can I use Meltdown with retinol, they'll also tell us a little bit about their skincare journey and their history, and how they got to where they are, where they found Bloom, or how maybe if they heard about Bloom from a friend, how the products impacted their friend and what made them purchase. And so I think like the extent of open communication we have with our customers, honestly, sometimes it surprises me, because I'm like, wow, I would have never thought that we'd be having this much of an open conversation, but it's so heartwarming and so wholesome and just so incredible.
Wow, that's really awesome. You actually already totally answered my next point that I was going to bring up. Is like how to really turn your customer experience around. And I think you guys do it so well. I think even how you just mentioned, surprising delight is super key. And again, keeping that level of authenticity. And Emily, do you have anything specific to share about kind of like the omni-channel experience or a customer interaction that stood out to you?
We have a very similar relationship. Like I said before, how I think Bunny's story is so adorable, and it's something that we definitely want to expand on as well. For a space that we're in, which is the sustainability, we actually have a really strong bonded community of zero waste / low waste group of people. And when they interact with us, it's not just about like specifically our product or operations, but they just love sharing like other tips that they would want us to post maybe as a content marketing on our Instagram. They ask for or some type of like sustainable substitute from what they're using right now and stuff like that. So that kind of relationship building is, happen mostly on Instagram just because of our content marketing, but it definitely transferred into like our email or live chat or even texting whenever we do our local delivery. It's just like, really building that trusting relationship with them. So, when they have some type of complaints or negative feedback, and we can be transparent, and they are less likely to be just, be an upset customer that just leaves, right? They know that they value the relationship with us, and we'd like to continue that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think going along with everything you both have said, you can acquire new customers through like just Facebook, Instagram comments. So as you can kind of see here by these examples, which I haven't touched on yet, is Megan tags her friend with heart emojis. That's a qualified lead for you. Maybe they're already a customer. In Gorgeous, you can actually see if they are a Shopify customer. And then what you can do is you can tag both of them and offer them 10% off. So now you've created a great customer experience for not only Megan, but also Jessica. And again, if you have, someone asking a question, if I buy, can I return it? What you can do is you can also sign it off with PS. We have an awesome Black Friday promo code. So again, upselling, getting your offers out, surprising them and delighting them with those promo codes, and just across all different channels is super key to the customer experience. And again, you can track sales, as I mentioned, that conversion rate within this. If you have a lower response time, I think that's the goal for everyone, is to have a low response time. But like I said, it's totally different benchmark depending on the size of your brand. And I think that kind of wraps up, most of the touch points about, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Most of the kind of main points about, the customer experience. Is there any key takeaways that you would kind of give to people that are building a brand right now in 2021 of non-negotiable, like one piece of advice?
I'd say look at every piece of negative feedback as an opportunity to improve. It can be painful and it's difficult, and like sometimes it's totally okay to feel like the negative feedback is unwarranted, or maybe you don't agree with it. But at the end of the day, every customer is a gift, and every piece of negative feedback is as much of a gift as positive feedback is. So just keep that in mind. You don't need to act on every single one, but pay attention to them, because they're all opportunities to improve.
Love it.
And I definitely agree to that, especially as a early stage startup. These kind of type of like feedback loop is really important to us, and having personal relationship is also really, really important. I find that as all these like kind of e-commerce brands that are starting up, like what we have different from this like gigantic, say, Amazon brands or like other products that are there, what we have is that personal relationship. And I think that's something to keep in mind as you build a brand.
Awesome. I love it. And for me, it's just look at ways you can make your life easier, work smarter, not harder. So again, whether it's with a tool. Chloe, do we have time for the one question, or are we wrapping up?
We're probably going to have to wrap up.
Okay, no worries. I'll respond in the 10.
So
the question is on YouTube. So if any of you fancy napping over there and answering the question afterwards, I know that would be greatly appreciated by the person who asked it. But yeah, we'll. So those of you not watching on YouTube, there you go, intrigue thing. Nicole, we've got the gorgeous link going across the screen there. Was there anything else you want to say about how people can get in contact with you before we say goodbye to all three of you?
I think we're good. Emily and Bunny, if you guys want to leave your emails or a promo code if you guys want to do, I wasn't sure if you wanted to include it there. You guys can kind of comment it in really quickly. But other than that, thank you guys for joining me, and thank you, Ecom Tech, for having us.
Sorry, Derek. He's going, Chloe, your audio's weak. That would be because my mic's on my head. Sorry, everybody. Amateur mistake there. I mean, call myself a podcaster. Thanks for letting me know, Derek. So, Nicole, thank you very much for joining us. Bunny, Emily, thanks for sharing so much of your experience. I know it will have helped people. We will say goodbye to the three of you guys right now. And if you've got anything you want us to chat out to the audience, just put it in the chat and I'll make sure it gets to them shortly. Now, everyone, we are now going to be bringing on our next guest, for whom I need to change some things on the screen. There we go. As you can tell from what's around me, we're going to be joined very shortly by Tina Doherty from Octane AI. Tina is a content marketer at Octane AI and a specialist in helping brands build powerful connections with their customers. That's the type of connection that drives sales, of course. And that, of course, all starts with getting to understand the customers better. And I'm really looking forward to hearing the latest insights from Tina on doing just that. So, hello, Tina. How are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you for having me.
It's very good to have you here. Right, let's get your slides shared and I will leave you to it if that's okay.
Sounds great.
Oops. I've just lost you. There you are. Right, far more important for you to be on screen than me. Tina, it's
Awesome.
all yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm so excited to be here today. So my name's Tina. I am Octane AI's content strategizer and creator. And I'm really excited to talk about e-commerce beauty brands and some trends that we've been seeing. This talk actually comes at a really perfect time for us because we've been working with tons of beauty brands lately. We've been writing a lot of guides about these trends as well. So this all just worked out really perfectly. I'm not sure if I'll have time for questions, so I apologize if I miss anything, but I should have some colleagues of mine floating around in the chat who might be able to answer things. If you're watching from YouTube, you can actually email me later. My name's Tina at Octane, or my email's at tina@octaneai.com. So, all right, let's do this. My talk is called Turning Browsers into Buyers. So how beauty brands can drive 12 to 30% more revenue with simple personalization. So in 2020, we saw a major spike in e-commerce. You can see at the beginning of the year, things were kind of normal. The COVID-19 pandemic hit, and suddenly in April, e-commerce, the industry just took off. And this shift is actually permanent. So with people relying solely on online shopping, even for essentials like toilet paper, the e-commerce industry saw this in accelerated growth in 1 year that was actually originally estimated to take 5 years. So this shift didn't just alter the merchant experience, it actually changed the consumer experience permanently too. So with more people shopping online, things that consumers started looking for and expecting from brands changed, leading to some new trends. So trends that are going on in the beauty industry right now. Consumers care about healthy and ethical products. So, they don't just deem products as quality because of an expensive price tag. They're more concerned about finding products that are made naturally, offer environmentally friendly packaging, accessible, cruelty-free. Also, more men are interested in the beauty industry. So, we see this with brands like Beard Brand, where all of their products are actually solely just for men. And that actually has led to some more gender neutral product positioning as well. And consumers are finding that more and more important. The beauty industry is no longer just for one gender. Everyone is invited to enjoy and celebrate beauty products, and they want to see that messaging in your marketing. And we even see really popular influencers like James Charles, who have just become like such an important role model in the beauty industry for men. And consumers also want more diversity and inclusivity. So, traditional beauty really focused on one single image of a single type of woman. And brands are realizing now that this actually isn't inclusive to all the different skin colors and skin types that are out there. So, people want products for all types of skin types, hair types, and they really want to have these diverse representations shown in the marketing that they see. And lastly, e-commerce and beauty is becoming very personalized. So customers are smart now. They know that not every product is going to work for them. They research beauty brands extensively before they even try them. And they know how customized beauty products are. So, knowing that, it's really essential for the shopping experience to be customized and personalized to every unique individual. So this is especially important as we continue moving into the year where e-commerce is just continuing to rise. And that's what I'll be focusing on. So keeping all that in mind, let me take you through a bit of a scenario. So this was you last February. Before the shift to online shopping, you were in the store, you were maskless, there were people around you, you could touch products, you could feel them, and when you had questions, you could talk to a store associate. You could tell them what you were looking for, what your pain points were, what solutions you were hoping to have from a product, and right off the top of their head, they could probably recommend you something that they know was going to work for you. And you'd be able to purchase feeling confident that what you just bought is going to be the right product. Now, the shopping experience is a bit different. So people are online, they're searching through really large product catalogs. They can't feel or touch the products. They can't talk to a store clerk. And this experience can be a bit stressful. It can honestly feel like you're kind of searching through a really massive warehouse where you're not sure where the right products are and you can't easily talk to anyone to find the right thing. And even if you do find it, you're not sure if it's actually right for you. You're not sure if it's going to work with your hair or your skin or your nails. You're not sure if it's the right color. And, you're not feeling confident to actually purchase that product. So knowing that these are your customers' pain points, these actually cause some pain points too for the merchant with, people shopping in the online space more. So competition is extremely fierce right now. We've seen so many brands pop up just in the last couple months from really big celebrities like Jennifer Lopez's J.Lo beauty brand, Lauren Conrad's beauty brand, Alicia Keys' upcoming Soul Care beauty brand. And again, these are just within the past couple months. So there's tons of competition. And with new brands, there's new ways for consumers to discover them. So, it's not just this area that's saturated, but the channels that people are discovering brands on are really saturated as well. So, customers use so many channels to discover new products, from TikTok to Instagram to YouTube. These all have such an influence over purchasing behaviors and customer intent. But again, like I pointed out, there's so much competition in this space, and the beauty industry is only going to continue to surge. So because of so much competition, there's a lot of the same pain point that every beauty brand tends to face, which is browsers. So the lead time for beauty consumers is actually incredibly long, and this is because the intent to purchase just isn't super high. So there's a couple of reasons why this is. For one, like I said, lots of competition in the space. But also, beauty products aren't always deemed as essential to customers. They're typically seen as a want purchase. Beauty brands or beauty products are also super, super custom to specific skin types and hair types. So it's challenging for customers to figure out what's actually best for them. And because of that, they're also hesitant to purchase products without the opportunity to test them first. And many customers don't have the product knowledge to be able to create their own routines because they're not really sure what products work well together or what works well with what they are currently using. And then when customers do find a brand that works for them, it's not often that they're going to switch to something new. They tend to stick to their favorites for a long time. I can definitely say this with the moisturizer I've been using for the last 10 years. So the question then is, how can we turn our browsers into buyers? All of these customers that are discovering our brand, landing on our website, looking at our products, how can we turn them from browsers into buyers? You need to change your products from being seen as a want to a need. So although the industry has seen this incredible growth, beauty products are typically considered self-care splurges, like a way to treat yourself. So as a beauty brand, your goal is to make customers see your product as a need. And to drive that purchasing intent, you need to ensure every shopping experience feels as customized as the products that you sell. So when customers see brands tailoring the shopping experience to their individual needs, they'll realize your products are important and they'll see a benefit from them to know that it'll bring them a solution that they're looking for. So then your products will become a need. So the answer is personalization. Personalization is key to all of this. And how can you start personalizing your customers' experiences? Let's go back to our scenario from earlier where you're a little bit lost in the warehouse. So rather than making your customers search endlessly through your product catalog and hope that they're going to find the right products, what you can do is bring the same humanized elements of the shopping in a brick and mortar store to the online space. So start building virtual consultations and quizzes to collect buyer profile data and learn about who your customers are. And with that, you'll be able to create a humanized e-commerce shopping experience where you'll be able to intelligently recommend the best products, set of products, or even content that you know is valuable to those customers and that it is what they're searching for. So personalization is as easy as 5 steps. And the first one is connecting with your customers with a quiz. And not just any quiz. It's a quiz that actually collects deep customer insights that can be saved and synced across your other tech tools. So we'll get into that. But then the next part is also, we will get into what buyer profile data is and how you can collect that with your quiz, how to segment your customers into like-minded groups, integrating that data across your tech stack, and then finally building that personalization engine that's going to drive you so much more revenue and everything else. So connecting with your customers, there's a variety of quiz types that you can create, from product recommenders, routine finders, educational quizzes, personal onboarding, character quizzes, personality quizzes, FAQs. Honestly, there is infinite possibilities of what you can create. So I'm going to just walk you through a couple just to show you. So the first one is, I'm jumping around here. The first one is the Magnetic Lash Quiz by Glamnetic. So just super easy. It asks you what your eye shape is, what kind of lashes you want, the volume, if you care about what material they are, where you're going to wear your lashes, your age, and what your experience level is. And then it collects an email opt-in so that they can target you later and send you some other recommendations. And then finally, you get a really awesome set of lashes that they are recommending to you based on the questions you answered. The second one is a super easy one, just 3 steps, finding your shade. I'm sure everyone that's purchased beauty online knows the struggle of trying to match your shade when you aren't actually in the store. So this is a really great way to give customers the confidence that the shade's going to be right for them when it shows up. So just in 3 questions, I have a full makeup set with foundation, concealer, and a contour stick. And what's really awesome about that is not only do you know these products are going to work well together, but they're going to work well with you too. And then the last one is super fun, a character quiz. Which Care Bear character are you? So you just answer a couple questions about your favorite things to do, what type of friend you are, when your friend's sad, what are you going to do for them? What do you want to be when you grow up? How young are you? What's your favorite type of self-care? Online shopping. Your favorite food? And favorite way to style your hair. And again, we have another email opt-in. And then finally, you get your Care Bear match. And what I really love about this one is it doesn't just give you the Care Bear match, but when you scroll down, then there is also a product recommendation based on the Care Bear it's telling you that you are. So it's just a really great way to understand more about your customers through fun questions like that, and then also recommend a really great product. And so there's many quizzes that beauty brands can create while, recommending products and collecting key information about your customers' likes, their dislikes, their preferences, their demographics, and so much more. And the important thing here isn't just about how engaging these quizzes are for your customers, it's that every question is capturing buyer profile data about the user taking the quiz. And that's what's essential for the personalization strategy that you're going to build. So now that we're talking about buyer profile data, let's get into that a bit more and explain what it is. So what are buyer profiles? A buyer profile is based on not a fictional representation like a buyer persona is. So unlike the buyer persona, you are actually collecting data and key insights about who your customers are, what their preferences are, their demographics, their intents, and so much more. And that gives you a full profile of who that customer is and what they need from your business. And you can then take that information to build much more accurate buyer personas when you're building your targeting. So elements of the buyer profile. All the questions that you ask customers, whether they're related to your products or not, are collecting these key insights. So you can find out where customers wear your product, like in Glamnetics Lash Quiz. And then you could send them an email saying, are you looking for lashes to the next party you're going to or for work? You can understand their skin concerns. So if someone's telling you that they have oily skin, you could send them a very targeted message about products that you know are going to combat their oily skin issues. If someone says they have curly hair, offer them a shampoo to control frizz. So you can see how this starts to build that personalized engine. And buyer profiles give you like endless opportunity to engage with your customers in meaningful ways. And one of my favorite questions on the screen is, which of the following cartoons did you like most as a child? This is actually through Doe Lash's quiz. And to the person first looking at it, it probably just seems like a really fun question. But for Doe Lashes, this is actually a really intelligent way for them to understand a customer's age. So someone that watched Sailor Moon growing up is probably a bit older than someone who watched SpongeBob growing up. So collecting that in a fun way, they can then group customers into different age groups. So elements of the buyer profile, like I said, there's so much different data you can collect about your customers, their age, their gender, their location, their past purchases, their AOV, their purchase frequency, their color preferences, product preferences, and their intents. But you can even go even deeper than that, and you can understand a customer's lifestyle habits, their behaviors, their family details, just kind of like in the Care Bear quiz where they were asking me what kind of friend I am and where I like to spend my time. You can get so deep with customers through these fun questions, and that just gives you so much more data to use when you're targeting them later. So what can you do with this data? I'm going to tie in step 3 and 4 together and introduce you to Doe Lashes, a cosmetic brand that sells false eyelashes. So Doe Lashes' focus on email marketing has been so critical to their success. They use Klaviyo to send every email, cart abandonment, welcome series, post-purchase, and more. And they were trying to think of ways that they could increase revenue through this channel while providing a more personal experience. So that's when they implemented a quiz on their site, the Lash Quiz. So the lash quiz asks customers when they wear lashes, what type of eyelids they have, what look they prefer, and also the age question as well, with what cartoon character or what cartoon they watched growing up. So many questions like that to understand more about the customer's needs. And then right before they give customers their answer, they ask for an email opt-in with 15% off their first order. And this has been a really successful strategy for them because they've actually collected 3x more emails through the quiz than their on-site pop-ups, and 44% of their email opt-ins are driven from their quiz alone. So it's been super successful. And then they are able to take all of the information they're collecting with their quiz and sync it right to Klaviyo. So by integrating their quiz with Klaviyo, all the opt-ins and the customer information is put into lists in Klaviyo. So they can segment customers into like-minded groups, and match them in different ways to send them very personal email follow-ups. So just as one example, this was an email that Doe Lashes had sent to ask customers to take their quiz in the first place so that they could start learning more about them. And what was super interesting was they actually discovered they had an entire group of customers that had never worn false lashes before. And they had no idea that this customer group existed. They just assumed that everyone that was landing on their website probably had worn false lashes before and they were interested. So by discovering this through the quiz, they were then able to create an email campaign where they could educate this group of customers on what false lashes were, what Doe Lashes is, and what they sell, and help drive a little bit more of that purchase intent for them to want to try the product. So it's super fun on the merchant end. You're collecting this really awesome info. You're hearing from your customers' perspectives, but from the customer, they're getting a super engaging experience where they get to answer questions and they get matched with a product that's super relevant to what they're looking for. So then this gives you this full marketing funnel where you can create ads or send emails to drive people in the top of the funnel to take your quiz and learn more about them, collect the information that you need, and segment customers into different like-minded groups, and then personalize every content offer, engagement, and product with them moving forward. So that actually leads us into the last part of this personalization 5-step process, which is now that we've shown you how to connect with customers, why you need to start building your personalization engine. So you've engaged with customers, you've got all this great information through the quiz, and you want to leverage your buyer profile data. So sync your buyer profile data across all your marketing channels. So you can have really personalized emails, SMS messages, and Facebook Messenger messages that really share valuable copy and product offerings and even sales offerings. And even beyond this, you can take it one step further later on and create really personalized landing pages and website experiences. You can create recommended product section on your homepage that is really relevant to each customer. Create really targeted pop-ups to match customers to specific products or match them to product pages. And every paid ad can also be super personalized too, especially with a Facebook pixel. So you can build lookalike audiences to target and retarget customers later. So for example, even content that you can be creating based on the information you've collected. So if you learn that you have a group of customers with oily skin, you can create content to educate them with blog posts, videos, and infographics as well, and use that when you're following up with them. So using your buyer profile data, send customers a super personalized welcome series on Facebook Messenger and email, or an educational flow trying to combat that oily skin problem to introduce them to a new routine. And if they abandon the cart or the product offering from the quiz, you could then hit them up later with a 20% discount on any of these channels too to try and bring them back and retarget them. And what's super awesome too is the analytics you have can show you so much about these customers. So if you find you have a certain group of customers that have a higher conversion rate or a higher average order value, you can then make a decision if you want to prospect similar audiences, because that could mean a better return on your investment. And by knowing who your customers are and where they spend their money, you can also position your products and brand better towards them. And like doe lashes, maybe you discover you have an entirely new audience and you can pivot your marketing strategy a bit to try and onboard them to your brand. So personalization is a full journey, and it's not just for acquisition, it's an essential part of customer retention too, which you can see how these personalized experiences can, complete this entire customer journey map. So that's what I'm gonna walk you through now. So from taking the quiz, there's kind of two directions that the customer can go. Either they purchase the recommendation right away or they don't. In either scenario, there's something there to bring them back so that you're increasing your customer retention through these personalized experiences. So if the customer purchases, you've collected their data, you've learned what products they're interested in, and you can engage with them again in the future with a post-purchase campaign and bring them back. This could be a new product announcement that's related to their likes, an upcoming sale with relatable copy, or even a secondary quiz that asks them questions about their purchasing experience so you can collect feedback. If the customer abandons the quiz or the product recommendation from the quiz, you can still use the data to retarget them. So you could send them a browse or cart abandonment campaign if they shared their email opt-in, or you could put them through a welcome nurture to introduce them to your brand. You could also use a Facebook pixel, like I said, to build a lookalike audience and retarget them that way if they didn't give you an opt-in. The options are really endless, and those who, eventually when you keep retargeting them, they do come back and they make a purchase, and then they go through the same funnel as the first one, where then you can have those post-purchase campaigns and then just keep driving them back to your brand and build a really strong community of brand advocates. So quizzes and buyer profiles work. So here's just a bit of data from what we've seen with our merchants that have been using our quiz. So brands that have been using personalized interactive content drive 12 to 30% more revenue, and they see an average increase of 10% to their AOV. And we've also learned that brands using Facebook Messenger AI for individualized personal one-on-one conversations see 80% plus open rates, 48% average click-through rates, and a 7 to 20% increase in revenue. As an added bonus, once you start collecting data through your e-commerce quiz, you can actually drive more revenue on your other channels as well, because personalized emails deliver 6 times higher transaction rates, and personalized shopping cart recommendations influence 92% of buying decisions. So it's really, really essential to have this customer data so that you can really push a personalized experience for every customer engaging with you. So now if we go back to our scenario from the beginning, the customer was once lost in your giant warehouse, and now they've been recommended a product that's based on what they want, based on what they need, and they're ready to order. They feel confident. And so they order, and you thank them for your purchase. So you've got a really great experience that's giving your customers confidence, and they're happy, and they're going to stay loyal to you. So we covered a lot. Just a quick recap: competition in the beauty space is fierce. You have to turn your browsers into buyers with personalized experiences that show them your products are essential. Customers are becoming smarter. They know beauty products are so customized, and you must give them the same customized experience. There's really no excuse for not offering personalization in 2021. And simple personalization can happen in just 5 steps. Engage with your customers, collect the buyer profile data, segment them, integrate it with your tech stack, and then build that personalization engine across all of your channels. And quizzes work. They're the best way to get started with personalization today. So thank you so much. Make sure to check us out at octaneai.com. We are the all-in-one platform for quizzes, Facebook Messenger, and SMS marketing. And we also have a full 400-page playbook on personalization as well. So you can get that at octaneai.com/playbook for free. And if you have any questions, feel free to email me at tina@octaneai.com, and I'd be happy to help you.
Oh, Tina, that was superb. Thank you. So I love how people take this simple idea of the quiz and they take it in so many directions. So I will be downloading the playbook myself, and I suspect everyone listening is going, so many ideas. So many ideas. Well, look, thank you so much, Tina. We'll leave that ticker taping under there whilst I do the next bit, but we'll say bye to you for now. So thank you, Tina.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, everyone, I hope you're getting loads from what we're going through today. Now, if you liked all that personalization stuff we were getting into there with Tina, then make sure you tune in again tomorrow. Yes, we're doing all this again tomorrow, where we have a session with Dialogue, who'll be going through lots more personalization angles. And if you've been watching this, you're going, oh my God, so-and-so from my team, or my whole team should watch one of these sessions. Well, the good news is they're all going to be available for replay on the eCommerce Tech YouTube channel in a few days' time. So make sure you've subscribed to us on there if you haven't already. Right, now it's time for me to bring us on to our next guest, who, because you've just seen it change, there and hold on, there and there, even on the screen. Yes, we're going to be joined in just a second or two by John Tucker, who's the CEO of HelpFlow. And John has, or HelpFlow rather, is a done-for-you live chat service. See, Chloe should pick up her script before she tries to start remembering what she wrote for her intros. That's what's going on here. We'll start again. So John Tucker, marvelous John Tucker, is the founder and CEO at HelpFlow, which is a done-for-you live chat service. John always brings a huge amount of value to these sessions. I always love watching him. So I'm really looking forward to finding out his latest tips and tricks, especially with the last few months that we've had, his tips and tricks to help us increase our conversions. So John, we're going to bring you up right now. How are you doing today?
I am doing awesome. Enjoying the new platform you guys are on. This is really good.
It's cool, isn't it? I mean, Derek's just left me, let me do the first one with this crazy platform with the things going in and out. But I think I'm loving it. I might have to invest myself, I have to say. But John, as you know, we're running a little bit behind, so I'm going to let you get straight into it. So let me bring your slides up. And sir, it is all over to you.
Perfect. Cool. And I can see it live streaming and everything. So I know that it's working. I am nerding out on this platform. So really happy with it. Super excited to be here with you guys. I'm going to get straight into it. We're going to have a super, super actionable session. And what I want to start with, what I'm going to be talking about high level or broader level is how to maximize conversions with live chat. But specifically, we're going to be focused on the problem of abandons. And growth in e-com is really hard. It's hard to scale up your store. It's hard to make ads work. It's hard to get the right flow between ads and emails to work. There are so many pieces to moving your business growth up. And most people initially focus on like traffic is so expensive. It's hard to make traffic work. I got to get, my CPA down. I got to, make the ROAS a little bit better. They focus a lot on the traffic side of driving traffic to the site to drive sales. But a big thing a lot of people don't understand is for every 100 people that start the checkout process, 50 or more of them will end up abandoning. They'll just stop. They won't complete the actual purchase process, even though they started. And some of those will happen very deep in the checkout process. So in the actual payment page, in the page, all those areas. And so that's where a lot of the leaking revenue happens. It's not because you don't have the right traffic coming to your site. It's because you are losing a lot of people that actually end abandoning. So the problem here, I'm going to adjust my camera a little bit. The problem here is that emails, SMS, retargeting ads, all that stuff is not enough to save a lot of these abandons because they target people that already left. Like all of these people are left the site and then you're trying to get them back. And you can predict before they actually leave and then engage with them on the site. They walk out the door. You can save a ton of those. And so that's the type of stuff we're going to go into today. And I'm going to be using today. I'm going to back back on as we go through. I want to start with a couple data points just to show you like how serious of a problem abandonment can be. So this site, I'll keep the actual client anonymous, but they are a makeup and skincare brand. They do a lot of sales. And so this is something in these sessions I always call out. The reason why I'm using a pretty high producer, $750 a month, is pretty solid. The reason why I'm using that is that way I have large numbers for every cohort that we're going to be going through. We're going to be kind of slicing and dicing. And so to be clear, the numbers scale down to smaller stores. And so when you're considering this stuff for your site, keep in mind that the numbers scale down to smaller stores. Last thing I'll mention is a pretty strong site-wide conversion rate. Their site-wide conversion rate is 3.8, really, really solid. That's across the board for all traffic. They have a healthy average order value. They're in a good spot overall, but they still have a pretty big abandons problem. So I wanna dig into that. And Chloe, if you can hear me, I noticed the camera part turned off. I don't know if that's an issue on my end or on the tech end, but just kind of wanted to call that out.
John, that was me because your audio was breaking up a little bit. So I thought I'd try and get rid of the video that way, but probably it's still breaking up a little bit. So if you could turn off your video, then we'll go full size screen if that's all right.
You know what I can do? Let me make a quick tweak here. I'm using a noise canceling thing that might be messing it up.
The tech.
It's always the tech. And I got Angel on my team on Slack on my end. Angel, let me know if you're experiencing the same issue. Now that should work. Okay. Shoot me a message in the back office thing here, and let me know if you still need me to turn it off.
Cool. Will do. Bye.
No worries. So digging into their abandons, they're losing a ton of sales in the abandon process. And so if we look at their specific data, again, this is the same client. There's 35,000 people per month that start the checkout process but don't end up actually completing. So over 1,000 people every single day. So a lot of people abandoning in the checkout process. This particular screenshot, so everything I'm going to do is based on Google Analytics data. If you're savvy with GA, then you'll know you can look at this in other ways. There's a funnel view. There's a whole bunch of different ways to look at the data. The reason why I look at it like this is I'm going to slice it up in a couple additional ways in a minute. But bottom line, what I want you to understand here is 35,000 people a month, 1,000 people every single day start the checkout process but don't complete. But if we dig deeper into these numbers, 57% of those, 20,000 people a month, every single month, abandon on the payment page. So again, in Shopify, this is a Shopify site, but this is a similar math applies to Magento, BigCommerce, all the other platforms. 57% of the people that abandon in the checkout process end up abandoning on the payment page. So it's a big chunk of people. So looking into this again, I want to emphasize that the percentage of people that end up abandoning will be similar for you. 50% of the people that start the checkout process will end up abandoning, and then 50% of the people that abandon will end up abandoning on the payment page. So you'll see similar numbers as well. So typical cart abandonment strategies that you're probably already using, those are going to be things like cart abandonment emails. You're probably already sending out cart abandonment emails. You absolutely should be. They work really well. And by the way, at the end, Chloe, thanks. I saw your note. Audio is good. Great. At the end, I'm going to show you how you can supercharge results with a small change to your Klaviyo sequence, whatever email sequence you're using. You can make those perform a lot better, but definitely be using abandoned cart emails. Second is retargeting ads. Absolutely be running retargeting ads, showing different ads to people that started checkout compared to people that didn't start the checkout, right? That's something that you should definitely do. But the issue with all of these is they don't address why people abandoned. People abandoned because they have questions that come up. They have something that came up around, compatibility of the product, risk reversal type of stuff. So like with beauty products, if I don't like the shade or exactly what shows up at my door when I use it, or even if I don't, what's my options there, right? So certainty and risk reversal types of things, those are really important. The issue here is a lot of the questions that cause people to abandon are subjective. And so they require a conversation to sort it out. And live chat can be a really, really good way to answer these questions, whether it's on the site or actually as part of your retargeting ads or part of your abandonment email. So I'll get into that. So looking at this particular client, a lot of people, they think of live chat as a customer service tool. And it is. You can do a lot of post-sales stuff on customer service or on live chat. But you can also use it to drive a massive amount of sales if you use it really strategically. And that's what we're going to dig into today. And to give you an example of what's possible and what we see across a lot of clients, but you guys can implement this stuff yourself too. Remember, there's 20,000 people a month in this case that abandon on the payment page. They're converting 3.8% of everyone, right? On the entire site. So pretty healthy site-wide conversion rate. The question becomes like, what percentage of the payment page abandons can you convert, right? It's gonna be higher than 3.8%. If we look at this and say 8%, it's basically double the site-wide conversion rate. Totally reasonable to do, because remember, this is people at the very end of all the way at the end, right? They're ready to buy, but they didn't for some reason. Can you convert 8% of those people? Probably so. That turns into 60 grand a month, $61,000 a month for this particular client, 700 grand a year in revenue. And if you hit 10% of the payment page, which is not out of the question at all, because it's the payment page, then that turns into 900 grand for this client. So what I want you to understand is the scope of sales when you get this stuff right can be significant. And at HelpFlow, like Chloe mentioned, this is what we do. We provide 24/7 live chat teams to over 100 e-commerce stores. We've done millions of chats over the years. This will be our 7th year in business. And we've driven over $100 million in chat revenue. So we've been able to kind of see the patterns of how to do this stuff really well. But to be crystal clear, you do not have to work with us to drive these results. I'm going to walk you through the tactics today. You can apply a lot of this stuff with your own team. And I just kind of want to show you guys behind the scenes how we do some of this stuff so that you can apply it yourself. So getting into it, there's really 3 places where live chat fits in. 3 big levers where you can drive a lot of sales with chat. Number 1 is in the checkout process. So I'm going to dig into that. I touched on it a little bit already, but I'll dig into how to address those. Number 2 is on product and category pages. And so basically when people engage but not knowing what they're looking for, you can connect there. And then the 3rd is in your email flows. So people don't think of how to use live chat as part of email, and we'll dig into that part as well. So I'll walk you through strategies for each one. And Angel on my team, since you're listening, let me know in Slack that audio is all good, everything's all set. So starting with the checkout process. Okay, it's cutting a bit. Keep me posted on it, Angel. I'll try to stay still. Starting with the checkout process. Basically, what you want to do here is you want to predict if somebody is going to abandon and then engage with them automatically before they leave. And so you can see a screenshot here of the Shopify checkout in this particular case. What you're trying to do is identify patterns of how people abandon and get ahead of that. So before they actually end up abandoning, engaging with them on chat. ways you can do that, there's a whole bunch of different ones, but the main ways that you can do that is to look at changes in progress as they move through checkout. So using the Shopify one, and I'm going to minimize my use of the computer here, but looking through Shopify, you've got the cart, the information page, the payment page, and then the actual confirmation, right? Basically what you're doing here is you're looking for changes in velocity as they move through the checkout. So if somebody cranks through the product page, they crank through the shipping page, but they freeze up on the payment page, then you can engage with them at that step. So you're looking for changes in velocity and then engaging with them before they start to abandon. I'm not talking about exit interrupts. That stuff doesn't work in many cases. It can work, works a little bit, but I'm talking about engaging with somebody before they actually start to think of abandoning. That's the most power here. And so basically what you're doing is engaging in checkout. If you're on Shopify, you technically need Shopify Plus to do this. If you get it right, this will more than pay for the fees of Shopify Plus on any store doing, over probably 20K a month in revenue. This will pay for itself just getting this part right. You do need Shopify Plus. Other platforms you don't, but I'll kind of skip that for today. Separate from saving sales in the checkout, you can use this stuff to improve the overall purchase process also. So you can remove friction in the checkout when you realize people get confused about shipping options and those types of things. So you can use the information to cover, to improve a lot of steps in your overall checkout process and save more abandons. So that's the checkout process. Saving abandons in the checkout process is relatively obvious. People abandon checkout and you want to be able to save those. But the next one is highly engaged productors, people that are really into the product, but for one reason or another, not abandoning. And Angel, if you can let me know if the audio is good again. So the example side I want to use, this is not a client, but I want to use this as an example because I think it's a good representation of the niche that we're talking about. Imagine somebody going to this product and looking into makeup and skincare products. This particular site, probably similar to yours, they have a lot of categories and a reasonably wide range of products. And so if we look at this, you can see the top nav, a lot of different places that they can go. But if you dig into a category, think of what the visitor is going to be doing in this category. They're going to filter by, various criteria, color, those types of things. And what you're looking for is somebody that is clearly looking for something. They're clearly engaged in the category, but they don't move into the product. They don't move forward into the product page. And so you can track this in a couple ways. Easy ones are time on page. But basically what you can do at a high level is track the time on the page, track the engagement in the page of like scroll depth and those types of things. It's a little technical to do that, but it's totally doable with Google Tag Manager and that side of things. And you want to track somebody that's engaged, but not moving into an actual product page. Those are the people that you want to engage and invite them to chat at that perfect moment to help them find what they're looking for. So if you get that chat invite timing really, really good, you'll be able to invite them to chat and help them to buy. So you're tracking time on page, but not having clicked through the product. If they do get to a product page though, what they're going to be doing is, reviewing information, configuring the product, like configuring colors in this particular case, those types of things. And what you're trying to do here is track people that are clearly engaged in the product. For example, if they configure a product, spend some time scrolling down the page and reading through the stuff that's there, but they don't move into checkout, again, that's somebody that's clearly interested. And so what you can do here is you can track engagement in the page based on those clicks on the configuration of the product. That's one thing you can do. You can track the scroll depth, like I mentioned, using Google Tag Manager. Another thing you can do, I can see on the screen over here, they've got the ingredients accordion that kind of expands the ingredients. They've got what makes a difference that expands some things. And as I recall, they have, I think, testimonials further down the page. You can track all of that as engagement and then focus on people that do not actually move into the checkout. And so basically what you're trying to do is, again, invite somebody to chat by seeing that they're engaged but not moving into the checkout process. So that's something that can save a ton of sales. And I want to show you some metrics for this particular client. So again, you guys see the scope of what's doable here. Angel, let me know about audio again. I'm just going to kind of keep going back to that. So in this particular case, these guys get 350,000 visits per month to the entire site. 176,000 of those view a product, but don't actually move into the checkout process. So it's good engagement, right? But it's one product. That's not enough engagement to say, oh, like they're super engaged. We should chat with them. If you dig deeper, 138,000 of those people view multiple products. So a big chunk of those people, almost 80% of the people that view one product and abandon, actually view two products and abandon. And so what you're looking for here, again, is layers of engagement. And this is a big chunk of people that you can potentially save. And so again, question becomes, what percentage of those is realistic to save if you get this right? So the 176,000 people that look at multiple products, the site-wide conversion rate is 3.8%, right? This number of like the percentage of people that you can convert from this group, it's always a function of the site-wide conversion rate. Everything's a function of the site-wide conversion rate. But what we typically see is somewhere around half of the site-wide conversion rate, sometimes a little bit higher. But in this particular case, converting half of the site-wide conversion rate for this particular site, totally reasonable. That turns into 3,300 orders a month or $127,000 of additional revenue per month just by being there when somebody is starting to slip away as they're engaged in products. And so again, what you're doing here is seeing that engagement, seeing them start to slip away and being there at that perfect moment before they leave. So it's 127 grand. This is another $1.5 million in revenue for this particular store per year. So that's the chat in checkout and on product pages. That stuff tends to make sense to people of like, okay, like live chat is for your website. We chat with people on the website. Great. But what do you do if somebody actually abandons, right? If somebody actually leaves, how can you save those people? And so in this particular case, you can also really supercharge your abandoned cart email sequences by adding live chat into those emails as a call to action. Basically what you're doing is sparking up conversations. So let me show you some of that data. Most stores, when they do cart abandonment emails, and you guys are probably doing this, you should definitely be doing cart abandonment sequences. Most stores use a reminder and then a discount and then a Hail Mary discount. That's basically what they all do. Reminder, discount, Hail Mary discount over 3 to 4 days, somewhere along those lines. And maybe you layer SMS in also. Again, that doesn't address why the person abandoned, right? The person didn't need a reminder. Typically they don't forget to complete the checkout, maybe in a small segment of situations. But really what's happening here is they're abandoning because they have a question. And so what you can do is configure a call to action to chat with your team directly in the actual emails. So basically, if somebody gets those emails, there's a call to action in there that says chat with us, or our team's online 24/7, click here to chat with us, right? What that's going to do is that's going to trigger a lot of conversations to come from those emails that will then give you and your team the opportunity to answer those questions and drive the sale and to save the sale. And so you're able to really answer a lot of the questions that come up on abandons that cause somebody to leave by integrating this into your actual cart abandonment emails. And to be clear, you can use this in other Klaviyo or other email sequences also. So your life cycle emails, subscription upsells, win back campaigns, all that type of stuff. You can also add that as a call to action. I'm just focusing on abandons today, but it's definitely something that you can do. Angel, let me know one more time too if the audio is good. So those are really the 3 major levers that cause you to be able to save a lot of abandons with chat. And the things you should be doing is, number 1, use chat in the checkout process, super critical. Number 2, use chat invites at the perfect time based on that product engagement. And then number 3, get live chat into your cart recovery emails. One thing I always touch on though in these sessions is if you're going to use live chat yourself, there's a couple really, really important things to get right. You should absolutely use live chat and get started using it yourself if you haven't used it before, just to test it out. But chat is something that can hurt your conversion rate and cause it to go down if you do it poorly. It doesn't just not work, it causes your conversion rate to go backwards and to decrease. And the reason for that is people that would have probably would have bought, or definitely would have bought without having to chat with somebody, they engage with the chat or they respond to a chat invite, and then they get annoyed with how long it takes to get a response, or maybe you're not actually there, right? But you left it on accident, or your team did. That can cause people to leave. So you got to be really, really on point when you're on chat in order for it to not hurt your conversion rate. And these are the main things that we typically see. Number 1, using pre-chat forms. Don't use pre-chat forms to gather, name and email, or are you asking about your order, or do you want to talk about buying something and giving us money? Like, just click and chat. Talk to a human right away. Make it super, super simple. I know that you can do a lot of automation, and chatbots are all the rage. You can get chatbots right, but it has to be visitor first. It has to be focused on helping the visitor first. Using a chatbot to run somebody through a web form that gathers their name and email address is not visitor first. It's not helpful to the visitor. They don't need to give you their information. They want help from you to give you money. So it's really, really important not to use pre-chat forms or bot type of structure if it's focused on gathering this information. Second part that a lot of brands get wrong is responding slowly. So you have to respond in under 10 seconds when the initial chats come in. So if somebody clicks to chat, make sure you respond within 10 seconds. Super, super, super important. And then throughout the conversation, you want to respond pretty quickly. It depends on what you're talking about, but definitely under 30 seconds throughout the entire conversation. This is something that's really hard to get right if you're not just doing the live chat, but it's something that matters a lot. First response time, once you get over about 12, 13 seconds, it really, really hurts the conversion rate of the visitors you chat with. Last part, and this is just more of a way to drive as much results as possible. It's important to be online nights and weekends. For most brands, 50% of the traffic and revenue is going to come on nights and weekends outside of business hours. So just being on chat during business hours is a big missed opportunity. And if you're not online nights and weekends, you can't really use this stuff to save cart abandons from your email sequences, right? Your emails are going out at all hours of the day, and people are at least reviewing those emails at all hours of the day. So you can't have that click to chat button that somebody clicks at 9 p.m. at night and then there's nobody there. That's a horrible, horrible experience, right? So that's basically the key things that matter. Chloe, I'm going to get wrapped up here in a second, but I do have a timer going, so I'll be on point with what we talked about before. But those are the main mistakes that are super, super critical to avoid and make sure that you get right. Like I mentioned, we run 24/7 live chat teams for over 100 e-com stores. And if you're doing over around $50,000 a month, it probably makes sense for us to have a chat. We'll go through a strategy call process. And basically what we do in that process is we go through this type of data that we did today, but we do it with your actual brand. So it's not like a big sales pitch where we say, you should use chat and here's all the reasons why. Instead, we just slice up all the data for your particular Google Analytics and say, okay, and check out, your abandon rate high for the payment page. Here's some things you can do, and chat's a piece of it. And then we just go through the entire funnel and do that part. So the value of it, whether you work with us or not. So feel free to go to helpflow.com to book that. But for everybody, we put together the cart recovery checklist. And this thing here, this is going to enable you to basically see all the tactical ways to save cart abandons. I've done some of that on this site or on this session. I did some of that on this session, but for the sake of time, I wasn't able to include everything. But in that cart recovery checklist, we go through all the reasons why people abandon based on millions of chats. We've done a ton of chats, and we just let you guys know all those reasons. And we also go through how to predict abandons, how to integrate it into the email sequences, all that type of stuff. So that's basically what we've got as far as a resource. If any questions come up, feel free to reach out to us. Happy to dig into any other details, but check out the cart recovery checklist. And I hope that this has been helpful for you guys. Make sure that you're using live chat and look at your payment page abandons the way that we've done it in this video, because I think that'll be some motivation for you to be able to save your abandons and really focus on that. And by the way, I just got a note from my team that the HelpFlow banner thing at the bottom is blocking the cart recovery checklist. So it is in the chat box. You can see it. But the actual link is helpflow.net/FOEbeauty-checklist. And it looks like Chloe just moved it. So you can see the link now. Check out that checklist. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to dig into that stuff. Chloe, that's all I've got for today. I'm happy to dig into anything, but there you are.
Here I am. John, that was excellent. Thank you very much. And we've got the checklist and the link coming in forever because Derek's helping out as well. Love it. Loving this new tech. No, that was a brilliant session. And as I warned you all before, guys, John really brings the goods, doesn't he? So much detail in there. I love all those stats and those numbers. John, I kind of have a personal goal that if I ever get around to launching an e-commerce business, one of my primary goals will to make it big enough that I can give you the live chat, because that seems like a really obvious way to make money. I'm
biased, but I agree.
Yeah. Anyway, John, could you just remind people once more, as I managed to hide your links, where they can get in contact with you, please, and what they should do?
Yeah, helpflow.com is the best place to reach out. We got a chat box there, but then we also have the link to book that strategy call. So happy to dig in on a call. And then the link for the actual checklist is here on the screen. And then my team also put it into the chat box. So it's and so did Derek as well. So the link for the checklist is on the screen as well as in the chat. So definitely dig into that recovery checklist.
Excellent. Thanks for that, John. And thanks for being such a great part of the summit today. We shall
happy to help.
See you again soon.
Thank you so much. Take care, guys.
Well, everyone, we have covered a lot so far today. And what I wanted to do before we get into our next session is just to give you a little reminder about the sponsors who make it possible. Of course, we've just heard from HelpFlow, who if you can't manage your live chat yourself, there's no problem, because HelpFlow have got that team of specialists dedicated to give you 24/7 coverage and increase your abandoned cart recovery rate. We've also got Gorgeous, who we've heard from already today, and Gorgeous are the help desk for e-commerce. And if I was really clever, I managed to do this, so you get the right link as I'm telling you about the sponsor. Okay, so Gorgeous, who are the help desk for e-commerce, truly streamlined rules and macros, improving customer service and satisfaction today. Then we've got Octane AI, who we've heard from too, and they are a best-in-class SMS and messenger marketing platform and a slick quiz platform, which we learned about earlier, where you can increase your conversion rate by injecting Octane into your mix. And coming up, not right now, but coming up later in the event, we have Root, who, what if a free tool could increase conversion rate, reduce customer service inquiries, and improve customer experience? Check out Root to get $100 just for trialing the tool for 7 days. There are restrictions on that one, which I'm not going to go through now, but you will find out what those are. And then the last one to talk about is Dialogue, who, I don't have a banner for Dialogue. Hold on a second, let's get that sorted out. So our last one, our Dialogue, who, there we go, there's Dialogue. And AI, you know I love AI. Why do I love AI? Because it can take what do you know about the customer and use it to personalize their experience. Dialogue is truly innovating on that journey with tools like their Smart Banner, their Recommender, and their Booster. It's all about upsells. You will find out more about those. Those are the marvelous sponsors who, as Derek said right at the beginning of today, if it wasn't for them, we can't run these events and allow you in for free and allow you to get those replays for free. And as we said earlier, the replays will be available in a couple of days on the YouTube channel. So if you haven't already subscribed to the e-commerce tech YouTube channel, then you should be doing that, because A, you can watch it right now, and B, you can then catch up on that. And Derek, I believe you have a slide where we can let people know about future events that are coming up, because we are just waiting on being joined. Derek, hey, there you are, sir.
Let's do it. Let me share my screen really quick. It's funny, I forgot to do this at the start because I was so excited and amped up. Thank you so much for sharing about the sponsors. Here's where we're at for this year. This is the first of 10 events. We did, I want to say 11 events last year. Very similar lineup. We added a few more and tweaked a couple, but we're looking at the next one being the Future of E-commerce Marketing, February 24th and 25th. Then we'll have the Future of E-commerce for fashion and apparel brands, March 24th and 25th. It's always the last Wednesday and Thursday of every month. And then, of course, after the leadership summit, essentially November, December, I know you're going to be very busy, so we don't host any events during those months. You know, that's when Black Friday, hits us in the face and we have to go fulfill. And then hopefully, right before Christmas, you're able to take some time off in those last 2 weeks of the year. So we kind of stop everything so that you can focus on the business, but continue to drop the value, I'm hoping, throughout the rest of the year. So fashion apparel, e-commerce AI, retention and loyalty, social media, and social commerce, which, man, is really, I would say, underrated still today in what you can do. I talk with a lot of merchants, and one of the things I've recommended a few of them, one was it was called the Autograph something. They sell authentic autographs for sports memorabilia, right? Autograph Collective, maybe. And I was like, guys, you need to sell this live on like Facebook, like, and you just like drop the link to the product, show how it's authentic, show the, you know, authentication, which is usually a signed document saying that the person really signed it, and you will sell this. And they both looked at each other and they go, neither of us would do good at selling on social. I was like, get somebody to sell on social media. Like, so social commerce, I think is still a big opportunity for many brands, especially in the beauty space. And I'm sure you're doing something very similar to it now with, you know, IG stories and Instagram usually being the center point, but there's more that can be done with live linking, product linking, and all of that stuff. Then we've got building digitally native vertical brands, which is my bread and butter, meaning like, which I think is really what everybody here is doing. But I think the old ways of e-commerce was what was to just like acquire customers at all costs. They'd pass through the business and you just hope that lifetime value was higher than cost of customer acquisition. Here, of course, we're talking about really building relationships with consumers and holding on to that over time. Then the future of e-commerce, global, international expansion, how to sell into the US from outside, how to sell outside of the US, and everything you need to understand global commerce. Then Black Friday, Cyber Monday, you already know what that's going to be about. And the Leadership Summit, which is a bit more hands-on event where we will basically bring everybody that attends on screen and like tear down their website or review their customer service strategy or talk to them about their operations. We basically have consultants do one-on-ones, and then everybody else watching kind of gets to take place in that. All right, so that's the lineup from me. I'll pass it back to you, Chloe.
Awesome. Cheers, Derek. And I would say, guys, all of those are in my diary because I just love the awesome range of speakers that Derek brings together for each of these events. Him and his team do a fantastic job of bringing everything together so you guys can learn so much for free and then be able to watch it again later for free. Right. Enough for free. Let's bring you another one of those excellent speakers. So we have the marvelous Donna Lopez coming back, who, if you've been here all day, and quite frankly, if you haven't been, why not? She's back to chat with an amazing beauty brand. So if you missed it earlier, I'll forgive you just this once. But Donna has been a counter to corporate career in beauty, doing everything from selling face-to-face to customers right through to turning an indie brand into a major industry player in just 18 months. This is a lady you guys need to be learning from. With her new business, Making Lemonade, she's now on a mission to educate and inspire the next generation of beauty bosses. And that's exactly why she's back with the chat she's about to be having. So let's bring Donna up on screen. Hello again, Donna. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm back again. How are you guys?
We're good. We have covered a lot since you were last here, but I have to say, I do love a chat with a merchant, so I'm looking forward to this one. So I'm going to bring Tyla on as well. Hello, Tyla. You're currently self-muted, so if you could... Oh, brilliant. Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Am I pronouncing Tyla correct?
It's actually Tyla.
Tyla. Sorry.
No worries.
Sorry, my fault. So Tyla, Donna, I'm going to leave it to you lovely ladies.
Absolutely. So thank you everyone for joining this little chat. And of course, thank you to my amazing partner and in crime in the beauty space with Aether. She is one of my incredible clients and founders that I am honored to work with in many ways, but also call her a friend. And it's amazing to have you here. Thank you for joining this chat. So I'm just going to kind of let you sort of talk a little bit about Aether, and then I have a couple questions for you that I know that our audience is super eager to hear, but I know that the team would love to hear about who Aether is, what you stand for, who you are in relation to the brand, and then we'll get into some of my questions after.
Sure. Sounds good. Thanks so much for the amazing intro, Donna.
The queen, I left out the queen. Beauty product innovation. I left that part out, but I'm going to get into that in a second.
All good. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Tyla, and I'm the founder of Aether Beauty. I used to be the head of product development for Sephora for over 7 years, in charge of their private label brand, their makeup collaborations and accessories. And then basically I started to have a disconnect with formulating conventional cosmetics and living an organic lifestyle. So I actually volunteered there and became their head of research and development for sustainability for all of Sephora. And in that role, I got to be pulled into when the merchants were ideating their clean category, and all these clean color brands were coming to present for options for Sephora to bring in. And I had never been so bored at meetings at Sephora. So you're used to seeing formula innovation and colors and trends and just being really inspired. And at the time, the space was really behind conventional beauty. And I am a conventional girl. I love Fenty. I love Natasha Denona. I love formula innovation. I love playing with makeup. I like color. And it was completely lacking for me. And I realized that a lot of the founders at the time, because the space has definitely changed, did not even come from the beauty industry. They didn't come from product development experience. A lot of people come into the clean sector because they get pregnant or they get a skin issue and they start peeling away the onion. But I had 7 years of product development under my belt and knew like the ins and outs of which manufacturers to work with. Really wanted to deep dive into sustainability because it was also a disconnect that people were launching these clean brands and not talking about sustainability, not attacking the issue. So I actually left in April 2018 and I launched my brand in June, and I'm completely self-funded. I was the only employee for over 2 years with my business. People always think I'm bigger than I am because the brand is at Sephora, Credo, Neiman Marcus, Anthropologie, Free People, as well as my own DTC. So I have a really strong retail background, but DTC for me and digital was completely new. I built my own Instagram following organically and then just really got to a point where I was just like, I need help. I have no problem saying this is the space I do not have expertise in. And that's sort of how I was introduced to you. And that's where I am today.
Absolutely. And, one of the things that I was most excited about when I was, introduced to you as well was the fact that you were, really disrupting the space. Like when I look at clean beauty in general, and I am a sucker for powerful women who are disrupting spaces and challenging the norm. And I just couldn't resist. Like your brand just really spoke to me in a way, because one thing for me personally is that I was a merchant. So I've seen every product under the sun. I've also done product development for many companies, as you know. And one of the things that really spoke to me about your brand was that it was a clean, and obviously like I would call it like clean to the umpteenth level, right? I mean, it's just the cleanest you can possibly be. And sustainable and everything else. But I think the thing that really spoke to me was that it was fun. It was beautiful. It was like, I was like treasuring the experience. And it's really hard to impress me with product. And so I speak about innovation a lot. And one of the things that I really was excited to bring you on to chat about is, the future of e-commerce and beauty, which is what really everybody has signed up here for this, for this conference. Of course, there's technology, there's a million things that you can do, there's disruption. But I really wanted to talk to you about innovation. Like, how do you inspire innovation in this industry in such a saturated space? Like, where was your aha moment in the journey where you knew beyond just sort of like, what you've already described, but these moments that you have of like, how do you really disrupt your space? And, one of the things that I found really interesting was that a lot of clean brands are very beige. They're very simple, basics, essentials, because it's hard to create product in clean that has the pigment, the shimmer, the duochrome, all the things that you look for. But at the end of the day, product is what the industry, what keep the consumers coming back for in this industry. So how do you, get into that space of innovation and really taking it to that level? And then also in the secondary part, how would you basically inspire the next generation of innovators? How do you inspire them to kind of think beyond the box?
Sure. So when it comes to really sort of connecting with your client and making like a really great brand, I really believe in like a 360 approach when it comes to branding and storytelling, and really sort of make a connection with the client. And that to me was actually realized really early when I was looking at the clean beauty space. I was like, there's nothing here. Everybody's Instagram looks the same. Everybody's packaging looks the same. There was no, I grew up in the world of Urban Decays with all these beautiful storytellings and trends. And like, you just have to like have the product, where these were just like all sets of neutrals and like just, in my opinion, I was like, the space is going towards clean. In like 5 to 10 years, everybody's going to be clean. There's going to probably be a new, trend or something else people are onto. And then what's going to be left with these brands if there's no real connection with the client? And everyone had like swatches on their arm and 3 different models, but there was nothing connecting her to that brand. And that to me was really important when I sat down to ideate the brand, which is how I came up with adding crystals into the formulation. So I wanted to add something different and standing out, but also to me, cosmetics is all about positivity. It's all about transforming and giving the client this immediate self-esteem boost. And that's such an important tool in people's lives with all this craziness going on in the world, like to be able to give your client the confidence to go out and do whatever she needs to do or he needs to do that day. It's so inspiring. So, crystals have such a amazing spiritual side to the stone, but they've been used in skincare for many years because they're basically minerals when you grind them down. And so they have these amazing skincare benefits. And so I actually put them in order to give these skincare benefits into the formula. For example, I launched with the rose quartz palette, and rose quartz can help prevent wrinkles, redness, and fine lines. But then you get the spiritual side that you can speak to the client and connect with her and like create some storytelling dialogue about self-love and being open to love and just really positive stories. For me, clean beauty always comes with a bucket of negativity when you're talking about it does not have X, Y, and Z. So, immediately it's like toxic and cancer and you're going to die and like all these terrible things. And like,
right.
Bring a positive spin to this space. So that's sort of how I wanted to ideate the brand and give a little bit more beef for the client to really sort of connect and have, a personal connection with the product and with me. So because the brand is so small and because, I was wearing so many hats, I am the face of the brand. I am the one that does all the product development, all the packaging. And for me, people always ask about my product development. So especially like potential investors, they're always like, how do you get the product so great? And for me, it really has to do with the training that I got from the Sephora client. So back in the day, we used to watch the ratings and reviews like a hawk, and I still do, but I feel like, influencers and all this stuff, it's a little more fluffy, where back it was like all real reviews. And so you would immediately know if there's an issue with the product, right? If people love the product, if you have an instant hit or any of that stuff, and you take some of these comments with a grain of salt, but you can understand exactly what the client is looking for. And that to me taught me to really push my formulators and really sort of, being part of LVMH, they have their own black list of ingredients you can't formulate with. It's not public facing, but you got used to swapping out ingredients. So I kind of took that lens to the clean beauty space because I was sick and tired of spending all this money on clean beauty products, spending the time to do my makeup, and then it being gone 2 hours later. And as a working mom, I was like, oh, hell no. Like, there's no way that I can continue doing this. And I just knew I could do it better. So that's sort of how I came into the space, but I'm constantly pushing. And the one thing people don't know is that so many people will tell you no, especially formulators, and there's always a way to figure it out. So, but you do it with a smile.
Totally.
You do it with a great relationship. And so they'll continue working with you. But I had such great relationships when I left Sephora. I've had so many people be like, what can I do to help you? Everything you do turns to gold. Like, we really want to support what you're doing. So I have really great relationships, which if I didn't have that, I wouldn't be able to be where I am right now.
Absolutely. And I think one of the things, there's a few things that you touched on that I just found, again, it comes back to this idea of, dual, like a synchronicity in storytelling, like allowing the product to speak for itself is one thing. Like, the product should be able to stand on its own. And especially as a new and indie brand, and I say this to brands all the time, when you're ideating a product, yes, do you need marketing? Yes. Do you need all these things? of course, but the product should be able to stand on its own. And if you have to over explain it, or if you have to over, justify it, or you have to if there's anything that you have to work so hard to sell the product, like that's probably not the right product. And the thing that I love about your brand is that you made it such a no-brainer, right? And it's like any point of resistance that you may feel as a consumer, because there's so many, brands and products on the market, you just kind of come at them. It's like, wait, this has crystals in it. Wait, ethically. Oh, but is it not ethically sourced? Oh no, it's ethically sourced also. Oh, it doesn't have, this ingredient, that ingredient. Like the list just goes on and on. Like there's just get to yes. And I think it's the easiest way that you can do that is to try to get to yes. And I think the way that you work with brands and your relationships, and like for new entrepreneurs or brands that are just starting out or brands that are struggling with innovation, I think listening to what you've said is so impactful, because you hear no all the time. I can't tell you how many times that when I've been working with a retailer, a box partner, a brand, a manufacturer, I get told no every single day. Nope, can't happen. Nope, won't happen. Nope, absolutely not. And I talked about this in my presentation earlier, that you're going to hear no and resistance all the time. And the reality is it's up to you as the entrepreneur. It's up to you as the founder, you as whatever role you're in within the organization, to do what you need to do to get to yes, right? And making that process, because the customer deserves it and the consumer demands it. Like we're at a point now where the days of, the lower standards don't work anymore. So you have to go above and beyond for the consumer every single day, and as you should want to. So it's just an interesting celebration, an interesting evolution. You touched on it earlier too, about clean becoming the new standard. Like eventually clean beauty won't be a thing. It'll just be beauty, right? Mm-hmm. Like we have to all catch up. Every brand has to catch up with this. And then what's the next step? So, I mean, you has already gone above and beyond that bar, right? So like you already went to not only just clean, completely recyclable packaging, the first fully recyclable palette, the first, recyclable. So how do you take that and get to the next level? And what's next for Aether? Because I'm so excited, because I'm very honored to be a part of the journey. So selfishly, I'm just like so excited about it for everybody else to hear too, but it's amazing.
Thank you. I think actually just going back a little bit more when it comes to product innovation, you really need to know your space. You need to try every single product out there. You need to know why a certain formula is innovative and sort of how to get there. And I think a lot of people are just like, oh, I want to launch like a lipstick or something. And you just really have to understand what's out there. With both your experience and my experience, we got to try everything. So we sort of understood and we saw the cadence happen. So there's a lot of understanding and knowledge there to be able to bring it forward. But when it comes to, what's next, in this space, I mean, there's so many trends. There's blue beauty, which is sort of the next evolution of clean, and that is taking the environment into consideration. So that means no silicone, because silicone doesn't biodegrade in our environment, and people are talking about silicones being the next microbeads and things like that, as well as offering recyclable packaging. There's also this concept of slow beauty, which is slowing down the industry, which is very anti the entire industry, because every single day, how many, new product drops are there, but really being mindful of the product that you're putting out there and making sure, the product fill is pretty substantial. So you're not replenishing, again, like so anti the market, but you're not constantly replenishing because you're not bringing more packaging and waste to the space. Sustainability is such a hot topic, and so many brands are getting on the train, which is great. And that's a step in the right direction, but it's also, red flags as what has happened to clean, where there's no rules and regulations that people, claim X, Y, and Z, and it causes a lot of confusion in the space. It gets clients really angry in the space. So, I always tell brands to just start with one thing. Trying to become sustainable can be very overwhelming, but trying, just do a product life cycle and see what you can do with that one product, if there's like reduced water waste or what.
Yep. So we're getting kicked off again. I did earlier. She was like, she came in and cut me off earlier too, because I went over my much fun things to talk about.
I know, and I was just thinking, I was going, wow, there's still so much to happen in the beauty
Wild,
space.
right?
And you think about the last couple of years, how much it's come on. You know, it's the last 3 or 4 years. You know, 5 years ago, we weren't even talking about sustainability or eco. And it's just, it blows my mind. And I'm not even in the industry. It must be a phenomenal industry to be part of. Well, look, ladies, before we say goodbye to you, and, you know, as Donna said, kick you off the platform.
You're going to drag us out of here.
That way, wouldn't it? How can those who want to connect with you, ask you questions, find out a bit more, how can they do that? Tyla, we'll go with you first.
Sure. So you can check out my website. So it's aetherbeautyco.com. And then the website, then the Instagram is Aether Beauty Co. as well. I also have a weekly blog on the website. So I talk about tons of topics like this. So if you want to learn more, that's a really great resource to go to.
Excellent. And Tyla, before you log off, if you could private chat me those in the console on the right, I will make sure we send those to everyone who's participating right now. And Donna, your turn.
Yeah, so you can reach out to me at donna@makinglemonade.co. I'm always super excited to receive emails from you. So feel free to reach out to me at any time. And then you can also follow us on Instagram as well at @makinglemonadeco. And super excited to have been here. And thank you so much for listening to me chat again. And also for Tyla for joining me and taking time out of her very busy schedule as a one-woman show over there to join me on this chat, because it's been amazing. And I wanted you guys to all experience the beauty of Tyla, because I just love her brand and who she is as a person. So very happy to bring her on with me as well. So thank you, Tyla, and thank you everyone else.
Excellent. Marvelous, ladies. Have a great rest of the day. Thanks for sharing.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, we are rocking and rolling here now. We are going to be continuing with another retailer side of things. We're going to be joined in a moment or two by the excellent Jack Hay from Mira Beauty. Now, Jay is the CEO and co-founder at Mira Beauty, which is the town square for the beauty community, enabling consumers to find the products and brands they're going to love. Now, I only heard about this brand as I was doing my prep for this, and I'm really intrigued to find out how they are doing so many very cool things and leveraging tech to create such a great experience for consumers. So I think right now we should bring Jay on. Hello, Jay. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. It is great to have you here. Let's get your slides up on screen too. And are you okay if I leave you to it?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, it's all yours, sir.
Alrighty, well, hello everybody. Great to connect here. I'm excited to tell you today about what we're doing at Mira Beauty and a specific thesis we have, which is that data transparency and data-driven commerce is going to transform beauty shopping forever. So I want to start with a pretty interesting insight that we found a little while ago, which is that pre-COVID, only about 11% of beauty sales were conducted online, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. If you look at sort of comparable industries like fashion, other, sort of experiential things like toys and hobby that do 2 or 3 times that. And obviously we've seen beauty and sort of personal care grow over the course of the pandemic. But when you see that there's this consumer who is digitally native and spends, a ton of time on YouTube and Instagram browsing for these products, and furthermore, the products themselves are very small and easy to ship, this is kind of a conundrum for why it's the case that beauty has not traditionally really sold online. And the interesting thing is that for beauty specifically, it's this very experiential purchase. There's so much that goes into deciding whether a product is right for you or not. And that's really what has led to sort of this lag in beauty's adoption in online commerce. We see that historically, as people have gone about shopping for these products, we call it attack of the tabs, and it's kind of hilarious, but it's unfortunately the case that people will open up 30 different tabs and they'll go to YouTube in order to find videos of folks with their same skin tone trying on a color cosmetic product, or they will search for swatches in Google Images, or they will, go to read community reviews in order to figure out if somebody has their same skin type who's applied this product, because at the end of the day, you are putting a chemical on your face more often than not, and you have a very sort of high barrier to understanding whether this product is right for you or not. And so, it is a very sort of manual and laborious process you have to go through in order to decide whether a product is right for you. You might say it's somewhat opaque as well because the information is not readily available. And our conviction is there's got to be a better way. And this is traditionally what has driven the low e-commerce conversion for beauty. My favorite quote that sort of exemplifies this is Emily Weiss, the founder and CEO of Glossier, said, "I think Amazon really solved buying, but it killed shopping in the process." And this is, I think very insightful because it points to the fact that Amazon is a very transactional marketplace where, there's one-click buy, but it's like beige and yellow, and it's kind of more focused on the transactional element of beauty shopping, whereas the process of coming to the point where you're ready to buy a beauty product is really, it's an experience. You want to be surrounded by inspiration. You want to feel aspirational, et cetera. And Amazon does not facilitate that, which is yet another reason why I think we don't really see beauty conversions happening online today. So we have a better way. We propose to bring the joy of shopping to the forefront without bringing the chore of buying. I acknowledge there's a typo there, without the chore of buying, rather. And this is how we do it. Basically, we are a one-stop shop for beauty. You can search, you can find, you can compare, and you can shop all on a single website. We have all the brands and retailers in a single platform. It's highly personalized, so it speaks to you and your unique needs and preferences. And finally, it's transparent and democratized, or it represents the collective perspective of what people believe this product is actually good for. So you know that you're getting, really your beauty and less of the rest. Very tangibly, the way we go about doing this and sort of bringing transparency to the forefront for consumers is a three-step process where we leverage artificial intelligence to go out and collect massive amounts of data that describe beauty products. Then we distill that down to the insights that are actually valuable in order to decide whether a product is right for you or not. And so, for example, that might be extracting a skin tone from a video and surfacing that to the right customer. And then finally, we deliver this in a hyper-personalized form factor. So as you go about beauty shopping, you can actually see things that are relevant to your needs and interests and sort of filter out that 95% of stuff that doesn't really appeal to you or is irrelevant to your interests. So, a little bit more tangibly, getting into the dirty details here. In terms of aesthetic fit, this is something that, a lot of people care about specifically for color cosmetics. Well, as we mentioned earlier, traditionally, what you would do is you might go to YouTube and you would search for a video of somebody using a specific eyeshadow palette, maybe with your eye shape, maybe with your skin tone. Well, fortunately, using artificial intelligence, we can now take a video like this, and we can map that to the sort of content contained within that video. So we can say, oh, this video, contains inglot, it talks about eyeshadow, and it contains, green eyeshadow or something along those lines. And with that, that allows us to do very intelligent content filtering on a personalized basis. And so as a user is looking at a product on our product pages, for instance, we can say, hey, we'd like to go ahead and filter for you and only show you folks who you personally identify with on the skin tone spectrum. And so you can sort of much more easily get to the point where you have conviction around this being a good match for your complexion. And the same sort of concept of distilling the insight that matters for you applies to textual content. So, traditionally you might go to a Sephora or an Ulta or something like a Makeup Alley, and you'd read through 30 reviews and sort of manually pick out what people seem to be saying. And, does this woman have my skin tone? Does she think it's valuable, et cetera? Well, fortunately, in 2021, artificial intelligence is capable of taking text like this and extracting the content. So we can say, oh, this woman believes that the product is smooth and it blends well and it has good value, et cetera. And this means when we do this across millions of reviews gathered from across the web on the MiraBeauty.com platform, what we're able to do is provide an intelligent review summarization right up front. So you can see people believe this product is very lightweight. Here are the specific reviews from these platforms that describe why. And so you don't really have to guess and check or go through that very manual process. It's immediately transparent to you what the community has elected this product to be good for. And this allows us to do all kinds of things when we have all this data in a single place that provides benefit to the consumer, including best-in-class reviews filtering. We can show intelligent product comparisons, so side by side, which product is better for which benefits. And even beyond that, things like showing ingredients information or swatches from different beauty blogs across the web that specifically have your skin tone, or even a price comparison module where we can say, hey, this is actually the best price we're going to get on the web. Here are the other alternatives. So when we see this at scale, what putting all this data in a single place and really doing the work of personalizing it gives us is higher conversion and incredible distribution, because this information is incredible for SEO. And then finally, consumers actually have the ability to diligence a product up front because it's so transparent. And so we see higher customer satisfaction and a very low return rate, which is incredible. So now that's sort of talking about the benefits of transparency for a consumer, but we also want to take the time to talk about how transparency is a massive benefit for beauty brands and actually powering their own distribution, customer awareness, et cetera. So if you look at brand building in 2021, we see that the space of beauty brands is really fragmenting. You have all these new direct-to-consumer brands that are popping up that are increasingly niche, and they service specific sets of consumers that maybe have been overlooked previously by the sort of large conglomerates. And simultaneously, we have consumers increasingly demanding that their own sort of idiosyncratic needs are directly serviced by brands. And my favorite example of this is, it's kind of crazy, but prior to 2017, there wasn't really a mass-produced foundation line that really serviced all the different skin tones. excuse me. And then Fenty Beauty came along and really changed the entire industry by saying, hey, folks, we're going to do 44, and there's a place for everybody in this industry. But beyond that, we see that as the sort of space saturates and there's so many different brands that are coming out, marketing has really become saturated, and it's very difficult to drive an efficient CAC online. And then finally, the thing I would point to that is a major pain point here is that it is very difficult if you move beauty products through Amazon or one of the traditional retailers to understand what's actually going on in the consumer's head, because traditional retail really provides no information. And as we know, coming from the world of artificial intelligence, if you don't have good information, it's really hard to make good decisions. And so, this question comes up of how can a brand make good decisions? How can they reach and own their audience? And how can they reach the right set of customers? And we believe that data transparency is the key here. So what we envision is data transparent retail, or building beauty's digital town square, where you have consumers and brands all come to the same space. They transparently share information back and forth. And this creates a very efficient economy in which the right customer is routed to the right brand very efficiently. Now, a couple examples of how we enable this on MiraBeauty.com. Well, first off, I'd like to talk about beauty sampling and how this is an incredibly inefficient thing that has been going on in the industry for a long time due to data opacity. So it's, today, beauty sampling, I'm sure many brands who are listening in today have tried this before. It's incredibly opaque. It's very inefficient. And the way I like to think of it is it works like a billboard today, where if you have a billboard, you don't know who's seeing it. You're not able to really target specific types of people to see it. You don't know what they do after they see it. It's a very sort of difficult thing to consider as performance marketing, and it much better fits sort of under the umbrella of awareness building and brand marketing. That shouldn't be the case, and I think most people in the industry share the conviction, despite having never measured this before, that samples actually drive very high conversion rates, and furthermore, sort of enable you to capture the right set of customers when they're distributed in an intelligent manner. So we see that product samples are very expensive. Beauty buyers are idiosyncratic. However, the folks who end up receiving samples today through many campaigns like Ipsy or at Sephora checkout or whatever, actually fall outside of the sort of set of people that a brand would want that sample to be delivered to. And that ends up delivering sort of a higher CAC or a lower conversion rate. And similarly, brands really receive nothing back when they distribute samples today. And this is kind of crazy to me as somebody who lives and breathes analytics, is that if you distribute samples today through Ipsy or Birchbox or Sephora, you give them stuff to hand out at the end of checkout, you really don't get any information back on who those consumers are who received that product or what they did after the fact. And so, the natural question arises is, how can you evaluate and optimize a campaign that's this expensive if you don't actually receive any information on what the conversion rate is on these samples, et cetera? So we've built a better mousetrap, essentially. We do intelligent product sampling at Mira Beauty. This is where we leverage behavioral data of our customers, as well as product insights to match the correct consumer to the right sample, and then provide transparency end to end. And so brands can actually see who the people are who have received their product sample on MiraBeauty.com. Other aggregated information, such as what types of products they're shopping for, what they do after they receive the sample, what the full-size conversion rate is, et cetera. And then finally, we also provide the ability for brands to retarget the people who have received their samples, which is really the first time this has ever been done in industry, where you can actually reach out to somebody on Instagram and say, hey, you received my sample. I would like to offer you a discount on the full-size product, and actually see what the conversion rate is on that. And obviously it plummets when somebody has had a physical sort of in-person experience with your product. So in this scenario, there's this really beautiful sort of alignment that emerges between us, our customers, and our brand partners, where customers get free personalized samples of products they actually want to try and are interested in engaging with in the future. And furthermore, brands get the first ever real-time dashboard describing the people who've actually received their samples and the ability to actually reach out to those customers, and sort of we facilitate this customer introduction, if you will, where they can then convert them to high LTV consumers over time. And so the sort of value or alignment chain is customers get free stuff, which they love, and personalized products. We get satisfied and retentive customers, and this amazing thing to offer to people on our website, which is come to Mira Beauty, explore new up and coming brands. And finally, beauty brands get better targeting, better analytics, and the opportunity to build their CRM, which is really significant. So now I want to talk about sort of blowing this up and saying, instead of just talking about sort of samples and turning that into efficient and transparent performance marketing, we think there are a ton of opportunities to work with brands as well in order to create transparent and observable partner marketing more broadly, reaching into sort of performance, Instagram marketing, Facebook marketing, et cetera. So, interestingly today, when you see a brand running marketing to support their retail sales, and this is something many people do, you'll see a customer will view an Instagram ad, NAR's for instance, would support that ad, and that would redirect to a traditional retailer like Sephora.com. However, there's a lot of inefficiencies baked in here. One, for example, is that Sephora will not allow NARS to actually access the Facebook pixel on their website, which means that as NARS runs this ad, the ad is only capable of optimizing for cost per click, or the number of people who go to Sephora.com, and not the actual final conversion. And obviously, the people who are clicking an ad just to see the product are going to be very different than the set of people who are most likely to actually purchase that product. So this is one massive source of inefficiency. But furthermore, NARS doesn't actually know the conversion rate on their ad, so what percentage of people end up actually buying the product. And there's all this other information contained in that consumer's behavior that would be useful to them, including, if they do convert, what's their email address? If they do convert, what other products were in their cart? What other things are they shopping for, et cetera? And this would all be very useful as NARS looks to expand its product line or figure out how to speak to its consumers, et cetera. So now our innovation here is just like everything else, we prioritize transparency. We say to brands, hey, if you run ads redirecting to support your sales on mirabeauty.com, we're willing to share all of that information with you, obviously in a privacy protecting manner. So instead of just saying, optimize for cost per click and send us traffic, we say, we will actually tell you what somebody does once they reach our website from one of your ads. And furthermore, we will share information such as the conversion rate, customer insights on what other things your customers are shopping for, and even give you the ability to retarget the people who are most likely to actually end up converting. And so that's the ability to reach out and say, hey, we noticed this product was in your cart on mirabeauty.com. Why don't you come back and actually complete that transaction? And so what we see is yet again here, this creates a beautiful alignment between us, our customers, and our brand partners, where our brand partners get a better CAC and conversion rate with us because their ads are better equipped to optimize for actually converting people, as well as they get to leverage our website, which is has all the best practices built in. They receive these rich customer metrics, which they've never really received before, have the opportunity to build their CRM, and finally, we offer significantly better margins as a drop shipping model compared to traditional retail. And finally, for us, what we get out of this is we receive customers coming to our website. We have the opportunity to increase the GMV and the amount of sort of content and dollars flowing through our platform. And we have the opportunity to really sort of build ourselves as a brand that consumers and brands alike will recognize. So at the end of the day, we are Mira Beauty. We offer the collective perspective and data transparent retail to both brands and consumers alike. And we are looking to bring as many people on board as possible who are would like to join us in this mission of democratizing beauty retail for the future. Cool. So that's a quick lightning round of what we're up to. And I'll go ahead and pause there. And I'm sure there may be some questions or if anybody wants to pop in and double click on something, let us know.
Jay, that's kind of got my mind just going, whoa.
It's a lot. I apologize for the speed. I know we're on a tight schedule here.
Yeah, but it's you're achieving a huge amount, and I love that you're focused both on making the journey so much better for the consumer, and also making the journey so much better for the brand as well. The way you brought those two things together, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of Mira Beauty in the near future. So congrats. Could you just remind people how to get in touch with you if they're interested?
Sure. Best way to get in touch is either email me at j@mirabeauty.com as displayed on the deck, or alternatively go to our website, mirabeauty.com, and there's a little form you can go to where you can submit any type of question or request, what have you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jay. It's been a pleasure learning more about you. Will we check? Oh, hold on. We got comments today. No, I was just wondering if we had some questions from the audience, but no, it's us telling them how to email you, which is far more important than questions at this point in time. So, awesome. So Jay, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure learning more about Mira Beauty.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Okay, everyone, I believe we've now reached the point in time where I have to leave you, which means Derek should be popping up in a second or two, coming on to wish me farewell and to take over the reins of what has been an amazing, I was going to say morning so far. It's like 8 p.m. here, but I'll go with morning. I've just eaten some breakfast to keep me going. So it's been a pleasure. Thanks for letting me be part of it, Derek.
Chloe, you've been amazing. Thank you so much for joining us. And I hope, I'm glad you definitely kept the energy through the evening. I know it's getting late. You don't have to lie to us.
As the second this is over, I'm going to go and take the makeup off. I'll say that as if this is Beauty Focus, put some good stuff back on my face, and then I'm going to put my feet up in front of an open fire. That's what's happening next here.
Awesome. All right. So thank you so much. And we'll also make sure and plug you again here in chat. Maybe we've got a banner somewhere around here for you. Yeah,
I think
right here. This is the one. Check out
there
Chloe
it
at
is.
eCommerce Master Plan, everybody. I highly recommend subscribing to both of her podcasts. You should be listening to them weekly at least. It's going to keep you up to date on the industry, new tactics, new strategies, and hearing from other people in the industry is also very important.
Yeah, it's always good, and as good as it is to know about what's happening in the beauty industry, there's some very cool things going out just outside that you could potentially bring back in and make the game-changing stuff happening for you too. So, but anyway, enough of that. I shall leave you to it, Derek. I've had a ball, and I know you've got some amazing people coming up. So, so thanks for letting me be part of it.
Yeah, thanks so much. All right. I mean, wow, what Jay is up to. Jay's going to be making a serious play here because everything he talked about was what we did. Donna and I were, wanted to do at Boxycharm, but you can't. I don't think you can change a product-based company into an artificial intelligence platform, even though they're probably working on it. When he starts with artificial intelligence and then builds a platform for beauty brands to tack on, I think it's really a true disruptor. So I'm going to be keeping a close eye on him. Right now, we're going to get right into our next session. We've got a few more today. Don't give up on me yet. 4 more sessions coming up. And we're going to start with Miss... Juliana Jackson, who I recently launched a podcast with, by the way. Juliana, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hi, Derek. How are you doing?
Hey, doing great. It's probably very late for you as well. What time is it?
It's like 10 p.m. It's still fine. I have a 5-month-old baby that keeps me awake, so It's fine.
All right.
I will take any excuse to put some makeup on. So
I love it. Well, we're thrilled to have you here.
Thank you.
Juliana, if you guys don't know, is from Omni-convert. She's going to show you a little bit about the platform. I'm sure at the end of the presentation, she calls herself, and I think we all call her by now, the CLV lady for customer lifetime value. She is huge on LinkedIn, and I'm very thrilled to also be co-hosting the e-commerce growth series with you, e-commerce growth show series, whatever it's called.
Stories.
Stories, that one. I was looking for the
fine.
All right. With that said, I'll let you take it away from here.
Okay, so let me know if you guys can see my screen because I haven't used StreamYard before. So if you see my screen,
it's here.
Awesome. So I'm Juliana. Super nice to be here today. I will take, I'm gonna talk a bit today about the strategy of becoming profitable. So yes, as Derek said, I represent the software, but let's not talk about the software today. Let's talk about strategy. So I'm gonna go as quick as I can through the e-commerce growth formula, what affects the customer lifetime value, segmentation, how to improve customer lifetime value, and the customer value optimization impact. This is me. I'm the chief evangelist for Omni-convert. I'm also the architect of the customer value optimization category together with Valentin. I am. That's why I'm called the CLV lady because this is what I do. So right now in e-commerce, you can grow your business only in 2 ways. You either acquire more customers or you get the customers that you have buy from you more often. So obviously, this means that you have to switch from the mindset that growth equals traffic times conversion rate times average order value. That's not true anymore. That this formula is the old formula of e-commerce, which is very focused on customer acquisition. So that doesn't move the needle for the long term. And I'm going to tell you why. The real e-commerce growth formula includes a very important ratio, the ratio between your customer lifetime value and your acquisition cost. So basically, is the answer to the question, to what extent is it worth for me as a brand to invest money in acquiring customers based on how much they spend in my store? Because let's be honest, acquisitions are crazy. And 2020 exploded. The cost per marketing exploded. And ever since March, Facebook has been increasing the price for ads considerably. That made a lot of people, including Shopify, take a stance against acquisitions. That's why we're having so many fights right now in the media between Facebook and the third-party cookie and Apple, all because right now, acquisition is not a way to grow your business anymore. So as you can see, the prices, again, have went crazy. So this makes me stop 1 second and say this. A lot of companies, a lot of brands confuse growth with growth-generating factors. Growth means profitability. It means having customers that have a high frequency of purchase from you repeatedly. growth generating factors are vanity metrics such as revenue, such as traffic, such as AOV. So I'm going to give you an example today. This is a brand that we used to make in 2015 11 million in annual revenue. They were in 11 countries, had 90 employees. But look at their metrics, right? If you look at the revenue only, which is the problem that happens in the e-commerce industry, you will think that this brand is going big. But their customer retention was small, their NPS, the Net Promoter Score, was low, and the year-over-year growth was decreasing with 20%. This led this company in 2019, so in just 4 years, to make 20% less revenue, to be in one country only represented and have less than 10 employees. And that's why it's very important to not look at revenue to, to consider that your brand is successful. Because what happened in the B Fashion case is that they were treating all their customers the same. So not all your customers are the same. Some are better than others. Some bring more value than others. So it's in your best interest to consider identifying your ideal customer profiles. We did a bit of research in the beauty and the skincare industry, and we figured out, based on our current customers, that one ICP, one soulmate, one ideal customer profile, one VIP, as you want to name it, generates margin as much as 376 low-valued customers. So that means that you cannot waste your efforts treating low-value customers as you would treat the customers that are keeping your lights on, right? So let's go to the biggest, best needle mover for your brand to move towards being profitable. So, and that is transactional behavior. So as I was saying earlier, these are the news, right, in 2021 from Shopify. So Shopify advises brands to prioritize their existing customers, to invest in retention, to treat customers differently. So it's very important for you to understand that in order to treat customers differently, you have to segment them, right? So this is the most efficient way to look at customer value and understand customer value, and that is RFM segmentation. I'm not going to go too into deep right now, but RFM segmentation means segmenting based on recency, frequency, and monetary value. So your customer's transactional behavior. Based on how they buy from you, you will know how much they are worth to your business, right? So doing this customer segmentation based on RFM, you will identify groups of customers in your database that have different transactional behavior. So they might love you more, they might not love you anymore. So it's very important for you to segment your customers and understand what is the relationship that they have with you based on how much they spend and how frequent they buy. So I was talking to you about the ideal customer profile earlier, and this is the soulmate right here. So these are your most valued customers, the ones that are keeping the lights on and paying the salaries. These are the ones that are bringing you most margin. So this is the group that you should be focusing on, because this group needs a different type of onboarding, a different type of communication, and different type of treatment from your customer support and so on. They are, as I said, they are bringing the most margin to the shop and the most the highest order values. So using this RFM methodology, you can see, based on the frequency of purchasing and the monetary value of purchasing, how are your customers behaving in relationship with your store. So there are a lot of customers that you will see. This actually is my favorite one, and I want to stop on this one just for 1 minute and say, these are your newly acquired customers. But they are not just your newly acquired customers. They are customers that have spent on their first order a good amount of money with you. So what is very important for a brand to understand is that these customers have a high potentiality to become a VIP customer. So it's very important that they have a different type of onboarding than a customer that would have a monetary value that's low. So this group here, it's perfect to take into consideration and do a different type of onboarding and a different type of treatment with them, because these are the ones you want to retarget for Black Friday campaigns, from Valentine's Days, and so on. So it's not worth to look at everyone. Here you have your money maker. There are a lot of groups about that RFM generates for a brand, and I'm not going to go into deep on them right now, but you can definitely I will definitely share these slides with Derek. But let's look a bit on the revenue part and the margin part. As I was mentioning to you earlier, the ones that are bringing the most revenue are the lovers, the new passion, and the soulmates, your power customers. These are the three groups that you have to go the extra mile for, because these are the ones that are generating you the most lifetime value. And as I was mentioning to you before, you can see here a breakdown between these groups, and you can see how the lifetime value, is so high that all these other groups don't even matter. So how to improve the customer lifetime value, right? Because it's becoming a buzzword, and I hate that, because that's my nickname, but it's becoming a buzzword. So how do you get out of the comfort zone of a buzzword? You got to change the mentality. So everything is happening and ending with the founder's mentality. So there are two types of company, especially in the beauty and skincare industry. So there are companies that are customer-centric, and their main focus is customer behavior and working with the customer behavior to draw amazing experiences for all their customers based on how they purchase, based on how they how frequent they buy. And it's a game changer, because the companies that are customer centric are the ones that are actually profitable. But then you have the companies that are more product centric, and this group of people that are product centric are more focused on the features, the products, and discounts. And they define success if they look at things like cost per click or traffic and revenue. So it's very important, if you want to go and grow your customer lifetime value, to change your mindset. And obviously you have to monitor what matters. So to be able to undergo this trip into optimizing your customer lifetime value, you have to calculate some metrics and measure them every day. One of them is the customer acquisition cost. And this is a tricky one. So if you want to calculate your acquisition cost, make sure you take into consideration things like overhead, like salaries, like how much you pay for your marketing tools, everything that is included in marketing. So don't confuse acquisition cost with ad spend. The Net Promoter Score is very important to be measured, because this is the voice of your customers. This is how your customers really feel with you. Obviously, I wrote customer lifetime value 2 times, so you don't forget about it. You have to measure your customer lifetime value. You have to look at your margins, and you have to calculate your retention and average days between transactions. What happens is I brought a piece of our own data, and what happens usually in the beauty industry is that there is a very big drop after the first order. So if you have a new customer that purchased from you for the first time, it's based on the clients that we work with, there's only a 15 to 20% chance for the same customer to purchase from that brand again. So most drops happen after the first order. And what does that mean? It means something is broken in the customer journey. So what you should do is to look exactly at the average days between transactions and understand where is that drop in the user journey. And then once you know it, you are able to go to action and fix that problem. Because if you fix the gap between the first and the second order, your chances for a new customer to purchase again are gonna double. So it's very, very important to look at your customer journey. Also, data is amazing. It's everything. But without context, data is nothing. So it's very important that no matter what tool you use for your e-commerce analytic is to mix that data with qualitative research, because you need to understand what is the context of that customer coming, purchasing from you repeatedly, or leaving you after the first purchase. So it's very important to correlate the quantitative data and the qualitative data. So each of these segments that you will discover through RFM segmentation, make sure you track the satisfaction and loyalty through the NPS and a CSAT score, customer satisfaction score. Make sure you look at the demographics. Make sure you understand what was the reasons that you want these customers, what are the main barriers and why did you lose them, and what is the job, the most important question, what is the job that the customer hired your product for or fired your product for? So if you do this qualitative research, you will find out things that will shape the way you look at your business and customers forever. So doing the jobs to be done research, you will understand struggling moments. Why are customers hiring and firing your product, as mentioned earlier? What are the forces of progress and the triggers? What makes them buy from you? You'll also be able to understand what are your product issues, the preferred features. What is the pricing doing? How are people looking at your pricing? But also you can look at your experience from a service level as well. So all of this gives you insights. And having these insights, you can improve your customer experience. And I cannot stress enough how important it is to improve your customer experience, especially in beauty and skincare industry. So I have here, I got some very nice notes from Lorenzo. Lorenzo was working for Conversion Excel. So he worked with hundreds of e-commerce brands. So he shared some secrets with me today for you guys. So these are the biggest problems that he, in his work history, has encountered. So product ingredients are super critical in the decision making. So it's very important for a brand to make sure that they're explaining the ingredients properly. A lot of drops happen, and a lot of customers run away because of the lack of information that they find on websites. So it's very important to tell your customers what are your product's ingredients and how to use your products. Then a product can affect people's health, right? So the level of trust that your brand needs to provide is even higher. So do as much social proof as possible. So I found this great example from Glossier, and they are running a clinical trial. And basically you can go on the product page and check their clinical trial. And this is very good because it gives you a very, very good confidence that this is a product that might be for you. Another thing that you should consider in the customer experience is to put before and after pictures. People will only relate to people. Products and science is great, but it's not a needle mover. So the needle mover is to have stories and share with the people stories of how others use their product and change their life. So personalization, clearly, after you gain all these insights, you have to implement it in your experience. So make sure that you are addressing everyone that might be interested in your product, but address them based on what you discover. So the last thing from Lorenzo is packaging. I have 3 brands here, L'Oreal, Anew, and Estée Lauder. As you can see, their cream packaging looks the same. If you wouldn't have the tag here, you would probably think it's the same product, especially the L'Oreal and Anew one. So it's very important to make sure you invest time and energy in your packaging and have a clear differentiation in the product and on the website, because it's very important in the decision making. So while you are fixing this experience, you have to, again, think about mixing this data, the quantitative data, with qualitative data. Do you know why customers leave companies? Usually, the biggest reason is because the customer believes that the company doesn't give a damn about them. And these are the facts. So any healthy e-commerce brand has to have a flywheel. You cannot rely on luck. They have to basically focus all their energy in mixing acquisition and retention in a great way. So you have to go from the default one where you just focus on demand generation, customer, and making money, to go and deliver better experience, better products, and increase your customer retention based on the customer's feedback. So it's very important for you to look at the pyramid of importance in terms of metrics and what you should be looking at. Again, the CLV and CAC ratio is the one thing that can tell you if your business is successful or is going in the ground. So it's very important to have this in mind for whatever you decide doing in your strategy. Again, the Net Promoter Score, very important to calculate it pre and post delivery. A lot of brands fail because they only calculated pre or post delivery. Your real Net Promoter Score is the delta between people purchasing your product and having time to experience your product. So allow people to have time to experience it, and then make sure that having this delta between pre and post delivery, the marketing expectations that you create with your ads, with your website, are met in the customer's eyes. Very, very important, because you always have to under-promise and over-deliver. Again, very important to monitor NPS per category, per brand, per product, and implement this into your services, in customer support, in surveys, in email marketing, everything. Now, once you have this qualitative data, it's very important to understand the buying patterns and the product assortment. So I had my friend Rishi from Frictionless E-commerce, who's the best person in e-commerce on product. So he gave me some insights for you guys today. So once you nail down what are your best products, what are your best categories, and your best regions where you're selling, just focus a lot on showing the benefits of the product, but also allow people to have time to see the benefits of your product. So the beauty industry is the most emotional one. People want to look pretty. People want to look good. People want to be healthy. So you have mindful consumers. So your marketing should be mindful, not mindless. So if you have a bestseller, focus on it and focus on telling stories with your product that your audience can understand and can relate to. So applying this to your bestseller page, why do we exist? Why this product must exist? And showing the product can make your customers really relate to your value proposition. Because it's very important for someone when they come on the website to understand what you are communicating with them, right? So people are on the website and are too skeptical, too good to be true. They find expertise very sexy and very good. They root for people who beat the odds, so they want to see the before and after images. They are fascinated by surprising details, so make sure you surprise them. Visual animals, they need motivation to break status quo and break habits. They love personalized experience, right? And they like knowing they've stumbled into something rare. So you must resolve all your negative thoughts in your customer experience. Obviously, once you do this, and I promise, Derek, I'm wrapping it up. Once you do this, you have to focus on the customer journey. You have to focus on adding value to every touch point a customer has with your brand. Otherwise, it's going to be very hard to support your brand long-term. This is the standard customer journey for an e-commerce. Demand generation, first order placed, send order confirmation, order is delivered. Then customers are blasted with discounts and promotions and sales and whatever. Only 20% of the customers that are encountered in this type of journey are going to place the second order. 80% of them won't. No one likes to be sold to. No one likes to feel like a transaction. So if you want to take it a step further, fix your customer journey based on everything that I told you today. Make sure before you send any email to someone, before you assign them to an automation or a flow, it doesn't matter what you use. If you don't track the experience pre and post delivery of a customer for that product, you could have the best email tool, the best automation, a fat Buddha on your nightstand, and I don't know, Carmen Electra selfies. It doesn't matter. You have to see if that customer is happy or not with you before you ask them for money. So, as I said, under promise, over deliver. And this is the journey to make things happen. Go from the formula, segment your customers, gather insights, gather qualitative research, find your ideal customer profiles, find their buying patterns, improve their experience, improve their touch points with you, make them happy, and nail down that customer retention. Reveal the product that I work for is free on the Shopify store until the end of the month. These are some clients, amazing clients that we work with and we are making happy, as per they say. And this is it. This is Juliana Jackson, the CLV lady. Bring more women into your podcast. It's a very big sausage fest in e-commerce. Bring more women in your podcast. And thank you. That was it. I haven't breathed for the last 20 minutes.
I love it. And thank you so much. And we've got here. Let's get, what was that? Your email address really quick. Say it to me.
It's juliana.jackson@omniconvert.com.
Okay, I'll just share it here with everybody in chat. And we've, of course, got the link to OmniConvert Reveal if you want to check out the tool. And Teresa says, you are killing it. I agree. Absolutely, Sophie. Thank you. Yeah, what you hinted on, I was talking to my team. I was like, oh, we got to make sure that Juliana talks about this at our retention event as well, because I think that it's like perfectly, of course, aligned with that too. Always amazing, Juliana. Thank you so much. We're going to move right into our next session.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, let me get the banners set up appropriately. We'll turn this one off. We'll turn this one off and we'll get to the shopping gives, because we're going to have Savannah White on. And we heard a lot about causes and reducing plastic consumption and caring about the things that our customers care about. Every merchant that we've had on, I think, had a very strong cause oriented to the brand. So today we're going to talk about how to incorporate cause marketing. And then I truly love Shopping Gives as a platform, because it makes it easy to incorporate donations directly into your site, into revenue, it can prove ROI. And I think I say this every time, Savannah, but the number one thing I love about when you can find a charitable cause that is ROI positive, right? Where it can be continued to be fulfilled with the growth of the company without actually costing us money. It can actually make us money and do very good in the process. And when you find something that does that, you have to promote it. And that's why I have the team from Shopping Gives, and Savannah is here with me. Savannah, how's it going?
Hi, Derek. How are you? Thanks so much for the kind introduction, and completely agree. We always want to help give back so you can do more with those dollars that you're making and do better for the community as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I always love the platform, and I know that you guys are continuing to evolve. So I'm looking to see what's coming from you next. I'll bring the slides in, and I will hop out here and let you take over.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the event so far. My name is Savannah. Like Derek said, I'm the head of partner success at Shopping Gives. And today I'm going to be speaking with you on how you can build your beauty business with social impact, or look good, do good, and do well. First, after the year that we've had, I'm sure everyone knows that social impact is at the forefront of consumer minds right now. COVID, BLM, we had the Australian bushfires, if you can remember, so far back as to January of last year. The new generation of consumers is really buying with their values and voting with their wallets, and they're demanding that brands do more than just turn a profit. They want to see them do good for the community as well. Historically, this has been pretty difficult to do. Cause marketing has been a difficult space to kind of enter into. There's a massive buying power with conscious consumers, but less than 1% of retailers are activating on cause marketing. And some of those reasons are because of the difficulty of measurement, the difficulty to get customer input into how you want to market those causes, and the actual difficulty that goes into actually finding nonprofits to partner with, those minimums, and how you're actually going to give back. That's why we created Shopping Gives. We're a social impact commerce platform. We help retailers of any size give back to nonprofits of any size, and we want to make it as easy as possible for you to focus on the good that you're doing, as opposed to how exactly you're going to do good. So imagine, for example, you're shopping a brand that you love, and you notice that there's a little widget that says you can choose a cause of your choice for them to support with your purchase. You go in there and click whether it's the band boosters that your kids are a part of, or the puppy shelter that you got your furry friend from. We make that possible at Shopping Gives. We allow retailers to bring their customer into that journey. As I'm going to be speaking on cause marketing for most of this presentation today, there are 4 must-haves that you have to keep in mind when you are donating a portion of sales. And I just want to set the table with that first so that we all are at an even playing field. So number 1, you have to register and file the correct agreements. This varies state to state for commercial co-venture solicitation agreements, but you have to have those in place in order to be giving back in each of those 50 states. Secondly, you've got to be transparent with your customer and share the amount that's going to be donated on their behalf. It's not enough to say net proceeds or net sales. It doesn't provide enough value or transparency for your customer on what's actually being donated. So you have to show that dollar amount pre and post purchase. Third, just as you as a brand wouldn't want anyone using your name and logo in marketing, nonprofits function the same way. So you need to make sure you're getting permission from them if you choose to use their logo in any of your marketing. Finally, probably the one everyone knows is that you should definitely be keeping detailed records of your giving for tax purposes, and of course, in case of auditing as well. At Shop and Gives, we cover all of these subjects, but in case you are curious to learn more, we do have a piece on our website that speaks to the compliance that goes into cause marketing and the regulation that goes into it. But as we've covered that part, the fun legal regulation side, I can move into the 3 power strategies for social impact success. So I always recommend when building out your CSR that you want to lead with authenticity and remember that engagement and personalization count, and then always take a look back and make sure you're measuring. First, my personal favorite, authenticity always wins. So if you are a brand that's building out your social impact strategy, you always should take a look first at your team and your brand values. In the beauty space, that might be, anti-cruelty, body positivity, LGBTQ rights. What as a brand do you stand for? And really important is to look at what does your team stand for. They're your micro influencers, they're your first line of defense. They're the ones that are going to really speak to this messaging for you and really defend it. So make sure they feel represented by whatever causes you're putting in place as well. You always want to share these brand values too. So we recommend that you have either a section of your About Us page or even an impact page to speak to the giving that you're doing or the mission that you have in mind. The one that you're seeing on the screen now is our partner, Dr. Bronner's. If you know this brand, you know that they're very mission-minded. They have an impact page that is really just goals for us all if we look at it. So they really break it down into what they support, who they support. And then they have special pages, as you can see on the right, that speak to specific initiatives. So this one was the Heal Soul campaign, which is when we started working with them. They were supporting psychedelic-assisted therapies, and when you bought a product, they donated to those causes as well. Outside of just on your website, you should also share who your team supports on social and other channels as well. It's important to remember that Pride is not exclusive to June. Breast cancer awareness is not exclusive to October. You should be sharing this message of giving as consistently as possible, and that's how you're really going to build that authenticity and credibility with your customers. Our consumers have more access to information nowadays than ever before, so they'll quickly be able to find out if you're just doing a special activation for a month or if giving is something that you have in mind year-round. Again, Dr. Bronner's speaking to cruelty-free on one end and at a blood drive on the other, with team members actually in place there. So always share as much of a real story as you can with your consumers and with your followers. On the engagement and personalization side, we always say that a brand can take this in the crawl, walk, run speed that they want to. If this is something that takes time to ramp up, that's totally fine. But a pointer, if you want to start in a specific place, is always education. Just as we mentioned with the impact page and with your social media, we want to bring your customer into the knowledge that you're giving as early as possible in their journey. So we recommend a homepage marketing call out. If that's a hero banner, like this example from our partners Au Naturel for Giving Tuesday, that's perfect. We do know that the homepage can be expensive real estate for a lot of partners. So if all you can manage is an eyebrow, that's perfectly fine as well. The goal of this is really just to bring your customer into the knowledge that you're giving and making sure that you're sharing that story with them as soon as possible. Another great way to do this in other channels is to mention giving announcements wherever possible. In the middle here, we have Blind Barber, another Giving Tuesday activation. They do give back evergreen, but they increase their donation amount for Giving Tuesday so that the purchases customers were making made even more of an impact. For any of you who are paying extra close attention, you'll see that it does say we donate 20% of all purchases. And I did say in the 4 ways to give that it's not great to be vague in marketing, but with Shop and Gives, our widget auto calculates what that 20% is. So customers who do go to Blind Barber will be able to see that donation amount and they're fully in compliance and transparent. So if you were going to try and catch me there, good luck. We also had Ursa Major. So they did an announcement for their May activation where they were planting 2 trees for every order that was placed. So on the left, you'll see that announcement of the giving. The idea that the plan they were bringing into place was shared with all their newsletter subscribers. And then on the right, they were wrapping it up with how much they actually made as far as an impact. So close to 6,000 trees, which is pretty incredible. This is something that also gets built into their evergreen giving strategy. So not their only giving initiative, but one that they called out specifically. It's also important to reward your customers for the good that they're doing. If you have a loyalty program, we highly recommend giving rewards to your customers for taking that time to donate. Maybe if you have add-ons where customers are choosing to donate, or even roundups where they can take the extra money that's left over and add that onto their cart, you can reward them for that with loyalty points that you have in your existing system. With our partnership and integration on Yotpo, you're actually able to allow your customers to redeem those points for donations as well. And how this could work, for example, is if you give, let's say, 150 points is $5 off, maybe that 150 points could be $10 in a donation. And that way you're getting rid of that liability of unused points while also giving your customers a chance to donate as well. Another great way, and something that we'll speak to further in personalization, is that your customers have their own values. They're their own individuals. And especially in the beauty space, we all know based on foundation colors, skincare regimens, everything is very, very personal and very independent depending on who your customer is. You can actually enable your customers to have a one-to-one relationship where they can pick the cause that matters most to them. We have a database of 1.5 million nonprofits. So if you wanted to have your customer search there, you can actually say, you pick this cause and we'll give back to them on your behalf. When you're sharing this, as we've mentioned before, it's important to engage your customer on any channel possible. Again, we have social media here. Dr. Bronner speaking of that Heal Soul campaign. Kenneth Cole up top there, you can see speaking about COVID-19 and the horrible year that was last year. And then just special interactions that we have from other partners as well on the left side. Another great way to bring that personalization in and to build stronger relationships, not only with your customers, but with your influencers, is to influence with giving in mind. So if you're working with influencers currently, make it a part of their onboarding process to get an idea of who they care about and who they support. Then as a brand, strengthen that relationship with them by supporting that cause in your collaborations. So the one you're seeing on screen was from our partner Highline Wellness. They did a collaborative CBD bath bomb with Hannah Bronfman, who is a well-known wellness influencer, very vocal about Black Lives Matter, very vocal about voter rights. So they actually raised the giving amount that they were doing to these 4 specific causes: the NAACP, ACLU, Campaign Zero, and Equal Justice Initiative. And they worked with her to raise even more money for those causes that their customers, her followers, and them as a brand cared about. It's a great way too to discuss rates potentially if you work with influencers often as you're giving to a cause that matters most to them. You might be able to bring that down in negotiations. Now onto remarketing and personalization. 83% of millennials say it's important for the companies that they buy from to align with their beliefs and values. So how are you as a brand going to align with that specific customer belief? The greatest way that we can recommend that you first look at this is that the causes that you support already are going to have colossal followings online because of what they do. So you can see here for fighting hunger, animal rights, and LGBTQ rights, there are huge interest sizes on Facebook that you could target based on who you guys support online. How this could work, for example, is Feeding America. If you wanted to make a digital ad that said every purchase online goes back to fighting hunger, you can target customers and potentially acquire new ones by setting this out. And when they come to your site, you're already giving back to that cause that they have aligned with them. Then you have all that information for remarketing and potentially get a new customer out of it as well. Bonus point number 2, if you paid attention to the 4 ways to give, I did say you couldn't use nonprofit logos, but we have a partnership with Feeding America and we have rights of use for a logo for them. So we do have that covered as well. For targeting customers that you already have as well, you can re-engage them based on the impact they've made in the past. Let's say you're supporting those 3 causes we went through: animal rights, sustainability, and fighting hunger. You can create audience pools based on those nonprofit categories and then target your customers again with that affinity in mind. This is also really helpful insight so that you can better allocate budgets. Let's say your Planet Advocate customers are spending way more than your animal advocate customers. you can then rearrange and realign budgets that way to make sure you're targeting the right customers, the ones who are spending the most with you. Which segues us perfectly into measurement matters. This is true in more ways than one. The first I'm going to speak to is that you should definitely not leave your customers hanging. If you say, we're giving back 1% or 20%, or we're giving back to plant trees this month, make sure that you tell them how much of that actually went back. So Ursa Major wrapping up their activation with how many trees were planted. On the left, you can also see for an evergreen strategy last year, one of our partners was actually sharing the dollar amount that had been collected up to certain points for the COVID-19 relief. This is a great way to make sure your customers are aware that these donations are going through. We also really recommend, if you can, quantify how those dollars are being spent. So a great example with Ursa Major, if you've raised X number of dollars, how much does that equal in trees planted or meals served or plastic recycled? Find a way to message that impact with your customers, and it can be really, really engaging for them to see how your giving back is actually affecting the community positively. And just like Derek mentioned as I was hopping on, we always want to enable retailers to earn more so that they can give back more. We know that you guys are in business to make money, so we want to make sure that you're able to do so while still keeping social responsibility in mind. We like to do this with RODS, our playful spin on ROAS, or return on ad spend. Our customers have seen an average lifting conversion of up to 19%, 23% in average order value, and even an 18% increase in lifetime value. So it really does show that doing good can mean doing well. We also have Google Tag Manager event tracking so that you can see how your customers who are engaging with impact are delivering as far as KPIs and key metrics go. You can see how they compare impact focused versus non-impact focused. Our Shopify app also provides you with a dashboard where you can track AOV lift and customer engagement in real time. But to wrap up, if you're building a social impact strategy from the ground up, we always mention, keep in mind that authenticity wins. An evergreen strategy is the best way to remain authentic with your customers and to show that you're mission-minded. As you've built out this strategy, engagement and personalization will really take you far, making sure that you're showing your customer that giving and bringing it back to them as often as possible. And then finally, measurement matters. So as far as how much you're doing, the good you are doing, how you're affecting your community, but also how impact is impacting your bottom line as well, and how doing good means doing well. A bit about us, if you are curious about Shop and Gives, is that we integrate on Shopify with our app or on other platforms like Magento and BigCommerce. We're completely native and can match your site and your style. We want to be the vehicle where you can do good and give back, but we definitely don't want to be too prescriptive. This is your dream and your goal, and we're just here to make it happen. We manage donations fully from collection to disbursement and cover all regulation for you. And then we always take a look back at your data and business insights to see how impact is affecting your bottom line. We're working with top D2C retailers already to manage their corporate social responsibility, but we're always hoping to grow our giving economy. So if you have any questions, feel free to check out our website or shoot me an email at hello@shopandgives. But I do believe we have a bit of extra time left over, so I'll pass it back to Derek. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to hang on and answer.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got one pressing question that is that I still, I know the last time we talked, I know the answer, but I'll let you answer for at least international selling.
Yes. So
is it US based? Sorry.
Yeah. So at the moment, we have the 1.5 million 501c3s that are based in the US. So they're all US nonprofits. However, we do have a lot of international nonprofits. So UNICEF is in there, World Wildlife Fund, all of those sorts of things. We also have friends of nonprofits. So if you wanted to give to a nonprofit who will then divert those funds to other countries, you can do so. But we can support internationally. It's just some of those smaller nonprofits in other countries are a little bit difficult to find.
All right. So be honest with me. What's your international expansion plan here? Are we going to go to Europe and hop on their nonprofit list? And
listen, I will be the first to tell you, Derek, when that's happening, because I'm waiting for our London office to open. But hopefully very soon we'll be able to move over. But as I mentioned with the regulation, it does get a bit more complex. So it might be a second before we've got all the tiny nonprofits in all the other countries. But
I feel you on that. Absolutely. love this platform and what it enables merchants to do, and what it enables consumers to do as well. Yeah, I love the proof in the sense that we can see how the results stack up and what we're able to do. With that said, we've actually got we're like somehow. Beverly says we need you in the UK. I agree. That could be the best next step. UK and then all of EU. And I know that there's I bet you guys are looking at because there's an updated list of nonprofits in the United States, right? It's like all the nonprofits are on a list. You're able to scrape the list and tie directly into it. So we got to go to the next country where that list is publicly available and you can stay up to date with it.
Yeah, definitely. And Beverly, we do have a way on our website to check for nonprofits. So if there's one you have in mind, we can enable you. So feel free to reach out. It's just a little bit more complicated, but there's probably a way we can still support.
Amazing. Awesome. Cool. With that said, how did we get 20 minutes ahead? We were 20 minutes behind just 2 hours ago, but now we're 20 minutes ahead. But Savannah, I'll let you go. And I've got some quick plugs to make before our next session.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Derek.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. All right, everybody. What an amazing day it has been thus far. Tell me the biggest thing that you learned today, or the biggest thing you're going to do differently for your store. Is it going to be reducing plastic consumption? Is it going to be incorporating cause marketing in a different way? Is it going to be about the brand, some components of the brand and how you talk to your customers and disrupt or make it easier to get buy-in? Maybe you are, from the marketing team at a larger beauty brand right now, and you're saying, what Donna talked about was awesome on disruption, but there's no way I could get buy-in from my executive team. Is maybe there's some sort of proposal you move up the chain that starts to enable the success that you can have once you get a little bit more freedom of the brand and being able to either start trends or tag on to trends as they're occurring, which is obviously very, very big in beauty. So really quickly, I'd like to remind everyone about our upcoming events. Let me find the slide here. Look, and I can even put my own face on my own little live thing here. So if you have been with me all day, you'll hear it. You've heard it before, but you'll hear it again. We've got 9 more events planned this year. I'd love to see you at all the ones that you think are pertinent. I didn't actually get to talk about the AI event. I'm really excited. We're going to have Mira Beauty back because they're using artificial intelligence on their platform. And I think it's really innovative. And I think will tie in really nicely to the theme. We're going to have personalization tools. We're going to really figure out when it comes to the future of artificial intelligence, because you've heard this buzzword for the last 2 or 3 years, but what you don't see yet is really your analytics suggesting things to do, if that makes sense. You have to look at your data, you have to analyze it, and you have to come up with actionable insights. And personally, I believe that by the end of this year, our data analytics tools will be giving us suggestions. And in 3 to 5 years, our data analytics tools will be executing on those suggestions. So if you are an in-house marketer or in-house ops or in-house data analytics, or perhaps you're doing a job that feels a bit boring or repetitive, the first thing is, yes, it could be scary in the sense that job could be displaced. But what you need to do in order to ensure relevancy inside in the company, as company dynamics change, as the industry changes, as e-commerce changes, you need to say, okay, artificial intelligence is going to replace this, and therefore we are going to learn how to use the artificial intelligence. You're still going to have to guide the ship of it. It's not going to be completely self-serve until 2030, 2040 or something like that. But you've got time, is what I'm saying. So that event, the future of e-commerce, AI, and what merchants need to know, and what the next steps are going to be for us is going to be huge. And I'll give even a quick plug to another AI tool called Price Stack. We had them on our leadership summit last year in October, and they just blew me away because they're able to take your past data, all of your existing sales data, and predict the best price point for your product. So if you're in a live example, we had somebody install the tool, they're selling their core product at $34.99. The tool said if you raise the price to $39.99, you will make more revenue. You will lose only a handful of customers. So the dip in customers to revenue is somewhat negligible. And so the merchant did, and they're making a lot more profit because of it. And that's just one example of how AI really can power merchants. All right. we're ready now to bring in our next presenter, Bar from Route. Route is an innovative shipping, insurance, and package tracking tool and technology. It's free for merchants. I recommend it to almost every single merchant that I talk to, and I really am excited to see where they're going next with their technology, and the growth of their business is just phenomenal to watch. Bar, I'm bringing you in now. Let me stop my screen share. If you want to share yours, I can pull it up here.
Awesome, Derek. Yeah, let me share my screen here.
I know it took me a second as well.
Cool.
Perfect.
You guys can see that. Let me know if you can't.
Yeah, looks good. You want to go full on presenter if you want. It's up to you. Let's see what happens. Okay.
Yeah,
And
is that
looks
going
beautiful? I'm gonna take a step off to the side and let you run with it. If you need anything, let me know.
Awesome. Yeah, sounds great. Yeah, excited to be here. Like Derek said, Route is a completely free solution for merchants, and we are definitely focused on the post-purchase experience. So I wanted to take a few minutes today to just kind of dive into why that matters, right? Like after someone comes to your website, places an order, you say thank you for your order. How can you actually mean it when you say it? And so, you know, the reality is that only 3% of your orders are ever going to have some sort of delivery issue, right? Like some stolen, lost, damaged order, right? And 3% sounds like not that much. So like, why should you even care? Well, 3% is more than you can afford, right? When you actually look at the numbers, at 50,000 orders, you've got 1,500 bad experiences or bad customers that, you know, they are not seeing that delivery issue as the carrier's fault or the UPS driver's fault. They're seeing that as your brand's issue. And obviously, as you scale, as you get bigger, you've got economies of scale and more customers that are having bad experiences, sharing those bad experiences. And as we know in today's day and age, trust is super, super important. So what do bad experiences equate to? They really equate to your bottom line in support tickets, right? And so we've done a lot of studies on this. We've got over 7,000 merchants now, and really did a deep dive into their ticketing system. And what we found is that over 50% of their tickets are Wizmo tickets, right? Where's my order? Something that's super, super simple to solve, but taking up a ton of time. 30%, you know, some other issues. And then the rest is really made up of lost, damaged, or stolen items. And so really in what Route is trying to do is solve for the Wizmo tickets and then your lost, damage, and stolen items. And we'll dive into how we do that a little bit later. But really that's a bottom line impact, right? Like the more orders you get, the more Wizmo tickets, the more support tickets you're going to get across the board, the more that's going to cost you. And so really, you know, you're probably thinking, hey, like these bad experiences are going to happen. Mounting support costs are just part of growing my e-commerce business, right? Well, it doesn't have to be. The reality is that merchants that install Route are now seeing 75% of their order issues resolved instantly. And then they're also eliminating about 45% of their Wizmo tickets. And if we remember from earlier, 50% of those tickets that you're getting across the board are where is my order? And so now you've got instant order gratification on any order that has an issue. And then you've got 45% of your Wizmo tickets completely out the door. And so that means you've got fewer support tickets across the board. And ideally, your team's going to absolutely love you. And that also lowers your cost, obviously, right? Like across the board, we know that support is making up about 30% of your hard costs. And if you can get rid of those tickets, those support agents are able to focus on other more important things. Derek, are we taking questions at all, or is this more of just a straight on presentation?
Yeah, we could definitely take questions from the audience. Ask away, and we've got people here with us live that would definitely be interested in talking with you. So, and if not, I will definitely ask some questions for you as well.
Awesome. Well, really quickly, can just walk through. Route's got a couple of different solutions, but I think specifically around post-purchase and solving that customer support headache, we've got two. The first is Track. Again, completely free. We've got a mobile app, over 2 million downloads, getting about 25,000 new downloads per day on that. And really, the flow there is that a customer is going to order a product from your website. On the customer confirmation page, you'll see a widget to essentially install the Route app. And once they do, they can track all of their orders in that app. And this is really, really powerful for both the merchant and the customer in that we're going to consolidate all of their orders, whether that merchant is a Route customer or not. We're also adding in Amazon orders. And so you've got this ecosystem where you've got proactive push notifications for every step of the way. As soon as that order is packaged, as soon as it's out for delivery, that customer is going to get a push notification. And what we found is that, and you can see the different notifications here, what we found is that a lot of people really want that, right? When as soon as you place an order, you get really stoked on that order coming your way. And 81% of consumers say that they want to receive those proactive notifications. And then 93 said that they want to stay updated throughout the entire process. And so, you know, you're not only eliminating this kind of reactive, hey, where's my order? When is it going to arrive? You're now actually being proactive. And we can talk about all the benefits that that brings, right? You know, these push notifications are going to get clicked. You're going to get more brand exposure, things like that. The other aspect is really in giving the customer an Amazon-like experience. And Amazon's great for a lot of reasons, but one of the things that it's shifted across the board in terms of customer behavior is wanting instant resolution, right? As soon as something goes wrong on Amazon, you go on their website, you take a picture, you press a button, automatically they'll refund you or send you a new item back. Now, what we're trying to do is recreate that for the masses. And so you've got, you know, we talked about this earlier, when something goes wrong with that package, the consumer is not going to blame USPS or UPS, which we all know is really the root cause for most of these. They're going to blame the brand. And so what we're trying to do is give the brand the power to self-serve and self-resolve these issues. And so again, super simple. The way most people are going to find out about Route is through the checkout or the cart page. You can see that here. It's just going to be a checkbox there. Assuming that customer adds Route protection, if something happens, they're able to resolve that either through our mobile app or online through an automated system. So they self-report that item was lost, damaged, or stolen. It's a completely automated process. And then we resolve that issue. 75% of the time, it's going to be automated. And what happens is we're either going to refund them or place a second purchase from you. And so now you're taking the situation where, you know, something happened to that customer. Again, we've got 50,000 orders, 1,500 customers are now angry. You're taking that angry customer, you're flipping it on its head, giving them an Amazon-like experience. They are happy because they're now getting a refund or an order back super quickly. The merchant's super happy because they actually get a second purchase, right? Instead of losing money on that second purchase, Route is an insurance that we can purchase that directly from you. And that's really, you know, high level, simple solution to help cut down support tickets and ideally help give the customer the best post-purchase experience possible. Awesome.
Yeah. You zoomed through this. This is everything. So where can we download Route? Or we've got the link here, I guess, on our side, actually. ecomtech.link/route. Final thoughts, or actually what I'd like to ask you is, where is Route heading from here?
Yeah, great question. So, as you can imagine, the post-purchase experience really doesn't end with a resolution. It really ends with bringing that customer back, right? Or having them discover a different item. And so what we're able to do, and this is actually already in beta. So if you download the app, you'll, I think it's like around 20 to 25% of users are now getting throttled on this. And in the next month or two, everyone will have access to this. But if you download the app, you're actually able to start discovering new items. And again, there's a huge adoption across the board with this mobile app. And there's really different opportunities for brands to re-engage with their consumers. So, let me go back into the shipping, or sorry, the tracking portion. So, as you can imagine, when someone gets a push notification, they're going to click on it. That actually sends them to a branded page within the Route app. And within that page, you can have any CTA you want, right? So some like Cotopaxi decided that they wanted to do an upsell. We've got other merchants that just want to send them to, blog articles or to, more engagement. But that's really the
loyalty program. You're gonna have to integrate with some loyalty programs and get people, posting. Review tools, or might also be another path. Loyalty and review often so closely intertwined. I'm getting some ideas here, honestly.
Yeah, and we'd love feedback. If you download the app, you can. We've got that new feature called Discover, where we're curating specific brands and then really giving you recommendations based on your other purchase history. We'd love feedback on that.
I love it. I mean, there's a lot that can be done here. You can, Sezzle and a lot of buy now, pay laters have done this, where they become the platform for discovering new brands. And so being on them gives you this extra layer of additional sales from discovering on the platform. I think Route is probably heading that direction as well, not just from, discovery within the branded page for the individual brand, but across brands. So you get additional exposure essentially for free, which is really cool. You mentioned on your last slide, I think it was the product would either be refunded or you would buy it again from them. So if the product's refunded, what does that mean for me, the merchant? They're sending the product back to me, and I'm sending money back to them?
No, so all claims are actually any lost, damage, or stolen item. All claims are filed through Route, and we would be handling those claims. So the merchant is never losing out on a second sale or losing out on that original sale, as long as it falls within our terms and conditions. That we automatically would cover that.
So basically, if it's refunded, sadly the customer doesn't get the product, which I'm sure we all want our customers to receive products, but they've decided essentially they don't want it. But I got the sale as the merchant. So this is that's what I like about Route. I want to make sure this is true, because it's reducing shrinkage costs. We know, like, if 50% of my customers use Route, then 50% of my returns are no longer coming through. That's if my return rate is 0.5% or something along those lines, I'm saving 0.25% of entire revenue in my company by using Route, and it costs me nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, I think that's why I think there's two reasons merchants really end up loving Route. One, it gives, it's kind of flipped the script on insurance, right? I think in the past, we would see merchants having to kind of eat the cost of insurance, and it was really only around like high-priced items or fragile items like a guitar or something like that. We've essentially flipped the script and given the customer the ability to, for a small premium, insure their order, and we're seeing a really, really high attach rate there, where roughly you're letting the customer choose if they want to insure it or not, and roughly 50% of them are choosing to do so. And we've seen really, really great adoption across the board in that way.
I love it. And I think it's just hinting at something that was already there in the potential for user experience, which is if it's easy to do, customers would buy insurance themselves. But the reason they haven't been is because there's no solution that made it easy for the customer to buy insurance. It always felt like a real tax on them, if that makes sense. Like, because it's like a buried option, or it cost a lot on the insurance front for some reason, or it was mandatory and it felt like a barrier. But in this case, the way that the tool is designed, it's like, oh, yeah, of course I want insurance. It's a no-brainer. Let's bring it in, right? So I think that's where part of the growth rate of the business is off of this. It reminds me actually, so I know I'm rambling a little bit, but there was a great study done on being an organ donor, right? So there were countries in Europe, and some of them had the checkbox for organ donation on, and someone had the checkbox for organ donation off. And they found that the ones that had the checkbox off, very few people would opt in and donate as organ donors. But if it automatically had the checkbox on, you had like a 80-90% of people would be an organ donor, which is huge because we need more organ donors because we're saving lives. And the cost is kind of confusing, but it's no cost if you're dead, and as long as there's no religious beliefs or anything like that. So I think you've been able to do a really good job at basic user behavioral psychology combined with true value to both the merchant and the end user. And of course, it brings up one final question from Autumn. You mentioned that Route is free, so how do you make your money?
Yeah, that's a great question. So really, so every feature within Route is completely free to the merchant. The way that we make money is that the insurance premium is passed on to the consumer. So again, we're flipping the script, and instead of saying, hey, the merchant has to pay insurance, we're giving the option to the consumer. And that is going to range between 1% and 2% of the entire cart value. It's usually around 99 cents if it's under $100. And then we let the consumer choose if they want to select that or not. And that's the revenue stream that we're collecting.
Perfect. Awesome. So it sounds like a no-brainer to me. You guys can check out Route at ecomtech.link/Route. Bar, thanks so much for hopping on today.
Yeah, of course. And I think through that link too, there's a promotional offer. So welcome to check it out. And thanks for having us on, Derek.
Is that the $100 Amazon gift card if you keep it installed for 7 days on your store?
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly right. Completely free to apply. Yep. So it's a really low risk way for you guys to just check it out, see if you like it. If you don't, you can take it off, still make $100.
Perfect. Awesome. All right. We will see you later as we move into our final session of the day. Oh my gosh, it has been quite a ride today. And it's my pleasure to bring you to the stage, Miss Ty Givens. We've had her on in the past, and honestly, we had a whole segment on kind of customer service live chat earlier in the day. And I think this ties those really nicely together because we're going to talk about business process optimization, which of course oversees customer service, or at least it should for your business. I think some people forget, being honest, but it's really, can be applied to a lot of different areas of business. I try to keep my business very well organized, running a team of 7 or 8, and it's quite the pain. And I wish I had somebody like Ty on my side to help keep to keep our company organized. But most specifically for you, she's going to go over from both a customer service and customer experience standpoint how to keep your business in line. Ty, welcome.
Hey. How are you?
See you again. Doing great. All right. So I already gave all the blurbs. I'm just going to let you take it away.
All right, cool. All right. So hi, everybody. Ty Givens here. And I founded a company called The Workforce Pro. And we work with businesses that are looking to set up their customer experience for scale. So I think that should really should be everyone, but you know, I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about a few things that I'm seeing in the beauty space. We've been lucky enough to work with quite a few beauty brands, and what's cool about that is that we work, the more and more are coming along. So I just wanted to share a few things that I've been seeing with all of you. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I'm going to walk through this pretty quickly, so don't you worry, it won't be too long. But my goal is that you get some really good content out of this. So it's going to look like I'm not looking at you because I'm looking at another screen, but I am totally talking to you. All right. So the beauty of customer experience, let's just be honest. No one, literally no one will ever say that customer experience, customer service, none of the above is sexy. Nobody thinks that. And we try to make it as interesting as we can, and we want to make it as fun as we can. So in working with a few brands, there's a few things that we're seeing as far as trends are concerned. And I'm talking about COVID related times, because we're now in this space where you're literally you're actually in the home with the customer now. They're no longer going into stores like they used to. You don't have that experience of swatching, of touching, of feeling. So you're really just reliant on sight and sound. And so one of the things that we're seeing that's working really well is reflection. Customers seeing themselves in your brand. And so when that happens, it's kind of like almost like the models being replaced, right? So I won't name any names, but a brand that we worked with, their products are infused with skincare products. And so I happen to have issues with my skin, but one of the things that was lovely was to see one of the models that they used, she actually had blemishes, and she had scarring, and she still applied the product, and it looked really good and clean and natural. And so it was nice for me to see myself in that. And then we also have to talk about the hot topic, which is related to racial equality. And so really the people who are using your products, the people who are selling your products, they really need to look like your customer, right? Your customers and your employees should look the same. And so we've been working a lot on getting inclusion and creating that diversity with our clients. The next thing is that you have the savvy and smart customer. What are we all doing all day long other than sitting on our phones and looking up information? And if you have a question, you're Googling it, and you're no longer relying on someone else to tell you something. And so now your customers are becoming really smart. And if you're not specifically in CX or in customer experience, you might actually say, well, you know, I'm the founder, or I'm the head of, and I know all about, you know, my product, my service. But in reality, your frontline should be much smarter and much more savvy than you. And you get there through providing them with knowledge resources and training resources, and really educating them on not just surface level your product, but actually going really deep. The next thing is that trust is required. And we all know that one, that's not really such a big thing, but we're also in a space now where if someone is buying a specific product from you, they're more likely to buy more products from you because they trust you with that one. We're not seeing a lot of people go across the board and try a bunch of new and different things when it comes to skincare or when it comes to beauty. So when you have that customer, it's a really good time to really hold on to them, share more information with them, and share more products with them, and hopefully get some samples out there that will lead to sales. So the slides that I'm giving you, this is really about the back end things, because as we work, we lay a foundation for customer experience, which means we have to first understand the customer, what's driving the customer, your customer demographics, what it is that they need and want. And then everything from there gets built up. Your processes are built on top of your customer expectation, not the other way around. So you don't set up your process and say, customers fit into this. You say, here's what our customer wants and needs, and we're going to build that around it. Now, depending on the size of your org, you know, your finance and your supply chain person might be the same guy or gal, and that's fine. But as you start to scale, there are going to be pieces of information that's going to need to get shared with different people, excuse me, within your company. And here are a few things that you want to share or collect in order to move from being reactive to proactive. Now, you guys may know that when you're in that space of hyper growth, or you're starting out and you're starting to get some popularity, you find that you're in reactive mode. You're firefighting 99% of the time. Things are blowing up and you're like, oh my gosh, people keep asking about this or people keep asking about that. And it's really easy to get frustrated with those types of engagements, and it's easy to burn out your employees with those types of engagements, but there are ways to get ahead of that. So I know that you might have been thinking when you started your business that customer service was going to be the easiest part because it seems to be the most logical, the most common sense type of work you can do. But the reality is you're dealing with people, and so you got to put some structures in to really make things make sense. So if you're in CX, the one thing, or for your CX team, one thing that you guys want to communicate to, say, the finance team is going to be around returns and exchanges. You're going to want to quantify your returns. You want to quantify the reasons for your returns and or exchanges. This is also going to help you guys to find out if there's any problems possibly with production or with your supply chain. You'll learn that very early because customers, when they're returning items to you, 9 times out of 10, they're going to tell you what's going on. It was the wrong shade. It was the wrong fit. It was the wrong color. You can find all that. You can collect all that information through your ticketing system. I know you guys talked about live chat and ticketing and phones, and those are called your channels, right? So you're going to want to collect information through those channels so that you can start to tell a story, because the numbers are going to tell a story that your emotions never will. You can be as frustrated as you want and go to finance and say, you know, I need more people because we can't handle what's coming in. And that sounds good in theory and that sounds real in theory, but they're going to say, well, how many more people do you need? What are you currently doing? Is it possible for you to do more? And so you're going to want to have a strong system and process that will give you that information. The other thing you're going to want to get from the finance team is your volume and your sales forecast. That's going to be something that you use to predict for future how many resources you're going to need to actually get your work done. When it comes to product, some information that's really good to share with product. When I ran customer experience for quite a few companies actually before I went out on my own, but I can remember one particular company where I was really close to the head of product because we had over 4,000 products. And so it was part of my responsibility to make sure that my team knew what was coming in. And in addition to knowing what was coming in, that they also knew what the customers were, or excuse me, that we were able to communicate to product what was happening from the customer standpoint. So again, a lot of these things come with setting up your systems, right? Because it's a bunch of work up front to save you a lot of time long term. So it's worth investing the time, energy, and effort today on getting these things set up for you. But you want to share with product the wait list information so that they know what to order, when to order, and that information should come back to you as well. You need to know what's on the wait list or the wish, or excuse me, you need to find out from them what's going to be on hold before it goes out of stock so that you can get ahead of that. We're also seeing a lot of companies move from that wait list experience where people can sign up for a wait list to just actually pushing the item out of stock for that transparency reason. Because with the supply chain issues that we're all seeing, the delays in shipping and everything that's going on, given the current climate, you don't want your customer to wait for something that may never come. Sure, it's fun to, you know, pre-order and collect the money up front, but it's going to be a terrible experience in the end. If you have to refund all that, it's not going to be good for you. It's not going to be good for them. The other thing you want to share with your product team is about quality. You know, I'm sure that your brand is going to focus very heavily on making sure that, you know, as often as possible, the products that go out meet your standard, but there are going to be times when something could be wrong. So you'll need processes in place. Being in skincare and in beauty, you have to have policies and procedures and ways that you're going to handle certain things because you have a product that people are putting on their bodies. And so if someone breaks out or if they have an allergic reaction or any of the sort, you're going to want to have some protocols around that. And you're also going to want to report that back to quality because they're the ones who are likely responsible for sourcing and so forth and so on. So you have to have open communication there. The next thing is about packaging. I've worked for quite a few clean brands, and one of the things that we see is vocal customers around the amount of paper that goes into your product. whether or not the boxes are recycled. What do you do with returned packaging? All of that kind of information, you guys are going to want to have a message around that. Excuse me. When it comes to marketing, I really think that, so this is a fun one as far as my vision on where customer experience is. I think it does sit in the marketing world. There's probably somebody out there nodding and somebody out there saying, heck no. But I think it sits in the marketing world because marketing is going to focus on acquiring customers. Customer experience is going to focus on keeping the customer. When we talk about campaigns, these are your marketing messages that are going to go out. Too often I've seen marketing work in a silo. They're developing these campaigns, they're sending them out, and then they go, oh yeah, customer experience, we just did a 20% coupon. And the 20% coupon only works for customers who've purchased product A. And then you have people who are contacting customer experience who say, hey, I saw this coupon that came through, but it's not working. And then there was some sort of glitch because it wasn't tested. So said that to say, test your campaigns and always have a go-to person within CX that you work with to help you make sure that those coupon codes and the things that you think are working a certain way are actually working the way that it's intended, because CX talks to the customer every day so they get that direct feedback. Promotions should be proactive. It shouldn't be reactive. It shouldn't be we've already done it. It should be we're about to do this. And there should also be communication on whether or not CX can handle volume. So many times in my world, I've experienced where the business will make a decision to move forward with something that CX can't support. And when everything hits the fan, they come back and go, well, why didn't you guys tell us? And it's like, we did. We tried to. So make sure that that communication is open, that you're saying, hey, if we do this and this triggers, 10,000 more tickets, it's going to take us X number of resources to handle it. And if you have a good training process, which we advocate for and even create for you as far as e-learning is concerned, you should be able to hire people when you need them and get them wrapped up pretty quickly to help with these different things that are going on. Lastly is supply chain on this slide. When we talk about packing, excuse me, what's like I mentioned, what's happening with the packaging. Let's say that I've had this before, won't say the company, but there was a box cutter inside of a customer's order. Random odd things getting put into packages, things that they didn't order, someone else's order, things like that. You also need to have an open line of communication between your warehouse or your ops team, your supply chain, and the company. So you need to be tracking, working with them. So one of the things that we used to do at a company I worked at is we used to have daily meetings with the warehouse. It was a daily meeting to verify the order forecast. So we already knew, how many orders were coming in or how many we thought were going to come in. We also found out how many the warehouse was going to be able to pack on any given day. And then we would forecast the backlog, proactively reach out to customers who we thought were going to be impacted so that we could get in front of those messages, because it's so much easier to say, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Customer, your order is going to be delayed by 2 days than for that customer to be waiting for 4 days and not hear anything. And now they're reaching out and they're angry. So we used to get ahead of that with those daily meetings. Another thing you need is a process for undelivered orders. How long are you going to wait before you reship? That's going to be really important. And then missing items or wrong items, an order that's short shipped, like these are things that you need to track. Your warehouse is going to have an error rate that they're going to say, we're going to be below this number consistently. They can get away with saying that a lot, especially if you're not able to track it. So again, set up your ticketing system so that you are able to track this information and use data to tell the numbers. Because remember, we can be as frustrated as we want, but nobody can deny the data. All of the things I talked about, of course, we can help with. So, excuse me, if you do nothing else, these are the things I think you should do. Make sure that the people who are talking to your customer are smarter than you about your product. It's really fun to me working in CX from the standpoint of people being totally afraid to talk to customers. I think it's hilarious. And also the fact that customer service or customer experience is often the group that seems to find out information last, but they are literally the voice of your customer. So make sure that they have the tools, the resources, the information, and you need to make it available to them on demand, so that they can service your customer as you would. Because let's be honest, the last time you went into a store or to a shop, you may not remember the name of the person you spoke to, but you remember the experience that you had with that company, right? The other thing is to develop a policy on intolerance. This one, I've had a couple discussions on the last couple of weeks. As I had mentioned, we're in a very, politically, racially, emotionally charged time just within the world in general. And we're now at a place where we have to decide as a company or as a brand what our tolerance level is. You guys may have already started to get pushback if perhaps you have men who wear makeup who are representing your brand, or if you took a stance on BLM, you might have people who are angry or upset about that. Or you may have customers who've called in and they're talking to an agent about one thing, and then suddenly the conversation turns political. You don't have to, as a company say, who you support, but what you would want to do is create a process or a policy that's going to be written for the person who's most sensitive on your team. If you're leading CX, you know that sometimes you work with people who not only are new to this role, it's usually their first professional job, but they're also new to being in the adult world. And they haven't learned their boundaries yet. So you got to kind of help them set those. So make sure you have a tolerance policy or an intolerance policy, whichever makes sense to you, what's going to be acceptable to say, not say, when to escalate, things like that. Yes, you have to think down to that level because that's the world that we're in. And then the last thing I'll say to you about this is to invest in proactive communication, the tools, the resources, new channels for customer support. If your customers like to message you on social, make it easy for them to message you on social. If you find that it's important to have content written about how to use your product, the ingredients, do that. Share that information with your customer experience team. Give them a chance to even write some content or provide some information to you, because they hear directly from the customer, and giving them that level of inclusion is going to be something that's going to make them want to work with you much longer than the usual lifespan of CX. And you guys are probably already living through that. Anything around people, process, and tech that makes your job easier, smoother, simpler, it's all worthwhile. It's worth investing in. And look at your cost as an investment, it's not a price, it's an investment, because you're always going to get a return if you choose the right partner or process. So, excuse me, we offer a specific service for beauty brands. I had mentioned that we work with so many. You can find our website. It's scrolling at the bottom there, which is very cool. workforcepro.com/ if you add beauty-full, just the way you see it on the screen, it'll take you to a screen that looks very similar to this. We are working with different brands to help you guys establish both a choose your ticketing system if you don't already have one in place, implementing it, or even enhancing what you have in place, and then training your agents on using it, because that's the key that's often missing. There's no solution that you're going to buy that's going to start working for you right away. You have to tell the system what to do, right? So it might be easy to configure, but you have to tell the system what you want it to do. And we find that that's where most clients have the hardest time, and we help with that all the time. The other thing that we can do is help you with your workflows and your standard operating procedures. We know what's to come. I've been in this space for 20 years. My career turned 20 December 2020, which is weird to me. But I started working in contact centers when I was just 18 years old, and I've seen it grow and evolve. So as far as like getting workflows set up, our workflows have actually saved our clients or actually help them to produce 50% more output with the same staff. So as I mentioned, it's always an investment. It's never a cost. It's about what are you going to get for it. So if we can help you to not have to hire so many people, then we feel like our work is done. The other thing that we do is we work really closely on helping you to develop your new hire training. And also the org structure, that's really key and critical, especially in beauty. There are going to be some types of context that you have that's going to be better to go with a partner, or to just educate your partner on how to do these things. A lot of outsourcers will do your training for you, so you guys may not need that, but I'm a big proponent of having an ownership for your brand when it comes to things like this. So you should probably have a stronger voice in that and manage your outsourcer accordingly. And then the last thing that we'll help you with, just in this package, there's more, but this is like a starter to get you guys going, or to at least see where you are, is the people needs. This one's always fun because you're probably at that crossroads of, do I hire another person? Should I be looking for a manager? Should I be looking for a tool? And the answer to all of that is maybe. There's a little bit more understanding that has to happen, but we do an assessment with you first, so that we can see where you are. And then we possibly will go on to an optimization, where we will basically work with you to look into what you're doing right now and say, these are all the things that you need to do to get to where you want to be. And then you decide if you want to get there and how long you want to take. And then we go from there. So the one thing I wanted to tell you guys about is that I'm doing monthly sessions now where I'm like doing, I call it knowledge transfer. This link that you see down here, the cxactually.com/register. CX Actually is actually a space that's created for CX leaders. It's a safe space to be upfront and honest about the things that are going on with you in your world. And so what we are doing with this is we've taken it a step further. We're doing a knowledge transfer. Part of the service that we offer is helping find a new leader. And sometimes when we're out looking for a new leader, we find that, you know what, this person might have been called a manager in the past, but they really are functioning more as a lead. Or maybe they were called a director, but they're really functioning more like a manager. So I'm just transferring knowledge of things that I've done and built over the course of my career, totally free. And so every month, if you go visit this link here, you just hop on our email list. You can join by going to cxactually.com or even Workforce Pro. I manage all of it. And once you are a part of the email list, you'll be notified when the new events happen. So the next one's coming up February 10th at 5 p.m. I do it in the evening because we all work so hard. And I know that when I was running CX, the last thing I had was time to do anything during the day. So we do it in the evening. It's your time. It's totally free. Join us if you wish. It's the next one, as I mentioned, is February 10th. And I'm going to show you guys how to create the budget. And
more links. Here we go. All right.
No. Just send these out. This is just how to find us. This is fine. If you go to workforcepro.com, you got everything that you need.
Yeah, that was amazing. You said I manage all of it, and I was thinking she manages all of it. And I'm like, well, this is because you optimize your own business. You're drinking your own champagne here and making it one. You're making it work, managing a lot of things going on. But definitely for anybody that's serious about CX, I think we can see two things very clearly. The first one is if you are a CX leader and you need to lead your team and be on the forefront of what's going on, you need to be in the CX Actually group and on those calls so that you're continuing to step up your game. And simultaneously, if you feel like your team is struggling and you just can't get a hold of it, and maybe you don't have the right people in place yet, then that's when you want to hire Ty to work with her in the Workforce Pro in order to get your system squared away. So I love it. What else is there to say? I want to like sneak into these CX calls. I feel like they're for really anybody in marketing and leadership and in customer, any sort of customer facing role can benefit from having this knowledge. And I think it can be applied to, you mentioned earlier about like, the lack of communication between marketing and customer service, which I've seen firsthand. And it's like, maybe I would change how I ran my marketing campaigns if I understood how the problems tend to come in from customer service. So there's like a different layer of proactivity that's on the employment level, like in the departmental level, that I think is, especially in beauty, because beauty brands often are siloed departments, I would say.
Yeah.
I would say especially older meaning like 10 years old or older, and some of the larger ones working cross department does become a big challenge. So so I think this presents that sort of like mind-blowing opportunity to reduce ticket inflow and increase maybe ROI from marketing. Even the simplest thing. I had somebody reach out to me yesterday, and yes, Ty, I know I'm rambling. You know I ramble.
No, you're fine. This is good stuff. Go.
somebody goes, look, we give people this 10% off coupon code when they come to our site. Like, almost every site does it, 10% off your first purchase. But after they get that, they have to go to their email and click a link and then go to the checkout and then make sure the code is applied. And a lot of times we're just losing people. So they're going to hit us up on customer service and say they can't figure out the code, find it, it's lost in their spam folder, it's not getting applied properly. So they just ask one simple question. Is there a tool that just applies the code as soon as they give us their email address, and then it works? And they wanted to even show the discounted prices on each product because they wanted it to be clear that this is the new price because you're getting 10% off. And I was like, yeah, that would make a lot of sense. And I bet that is, the customer service team complaining to the marketing team right there in a nutshell, right?
Yeah. And sometimes the complaints come by way of frustration, and then no one listens because I would say you do really well at your job if people think that's all you do. So when they just answer the phones, they just answer emails, they're just on live chat. That's all they do. So if you think that's all that they do, they must be doing really well. But the other side of it is that there's so much information that comes out of it. And a lot of leaders, because of title inflation, which is a real thing, they haven't been properly developed along the way, and they don't know how to communicate their issues. So it's a silo. So I'm like, you know what? 2021 is the last year that we're breaking it. I'm going to teach people how to do this. I'm passing the torch to somebody, and whoever wants
You're
to.
You're tired of talking about this problem. It's clearly a problem, right? Yeah.
Let's just check the emotion at the door. What's the percentage? What's it impacting? And if you are calculating your cost per contact, and you can say every time someone calls in with this issue, think of it as us, paying $10, $15, $20. The business is going to listen differently. Annualize that, turn that into a head count. Tell them we're going to save you a head count. If we can fix this problem, you're going to get resources behind it.
Yeah, I like it. And that's not something that everybody has, not a lot of people have been given the ammo to think about that.
Yeah.
And I think personally, I always struggled with getting executive buy-in, and everyone speaks a different language sometimes. So, the finance is just caring about the numbers. The CEO's focused on the new partner relationship. The COO wants headcount, wants it to be about the headcount. And it's like, how do I get them all to buy in and see that it's just all good? It's good for all those things.
Yes. Well, I just did January session. You guys just missed that, but it is recorded. Send me a message. I'll send a link out. On getting buy-in from executives. So it's not about managing a project once it's approved, it's about getting a project approved. So if you've heard a business or a company present today and you're like, I really would like to work with them, but I don't know how to get my boss or the higher ups to say yes, then I want you to check out the training that I did, because it's going to show you how to do a one-pager that gets you allies and gets you buy-in. And now you're getting ready to head that, and you've just elevated your own personal brand.
I love it. And it's funny because that's almost like doing customer service for the customer. The goal is to get them to not be pissed off and to, buy from us again and to be very happy with that. And you're like, well, now you have to send that email, but it's to the boss. It's to the boss's boss.
That's it. It's all its own form of sales, right? So, whether you have the internal customer, or the external customer, and it's about education. And if, a hint when you're managing up is to be as concise as possible and focused on data.
That's my problem. Now I get it. Well, I can do data, but I can't be concise because I ran.
I got one page where it tells you everything. And
I gave them the book.
It gets you there. They'll go, oh, this makes sense because you've done ROI, you've done the interview, you've done everything. So
yeah. Well, awesome, Ty. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for closing out day one. I love the tips, especially, the unique problems to the beauty industry as well.
Yeah, they're there. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, everybody. I hope to hear from you guys soon. And good luck.
Bye. All right. That is the end of day one. Give myself the right banner here. Ha! And I really had a blast. I'd love to get your thoughts and feedback on our new technology that allows us to bring people in and make the screen sharing a little bit more, I don't know, dynamic. Is that the right word for it? I'd love more chats and comments from you guys tomorrow. So I'll see you back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time. We're going to have a little bit of a shorter day, only 5 sessions, but we'll kick it off with my talk, which will be on really choosing the right tech tool stack, which we've already seen, how I already talked to you about how shoppable quizzes leads into customer service inquiries, that leads into accelerating live chat and personalized smart banners. And you can see how those things all work together. And teams like the HelpFlow team and the Workforce Pro can bring your business together in ways that don't bog you down or need to be so scary, if that makes sense. Because I think that's why a lot of people still aren't doing things like live chat, even though John from HelpFlow proved massive ROI for in the case of doing it right. And of course, we also talked about lifetime value with Juliana, and we talked about cause marketing with Savannah. We talked about shipping insurance and getting that off of your plate. All of these things, I think, help scale the business in a really healthy way that that actually takes spinning plates off of your head, right? And that's what I always call it. There's 2 things that I think merchants are always doing. They're putting out fires and they're spinning plates, right? Putting out fires is because there's some random customer service inquiry where somebody's threatening you or really pissed off at the brand or insulting your team member, or you've got an employee walking out or not showing up, or or your warehouse is underwater, literally, or like all sorts of things that are happening. So those are the fires you got to put out. And then the spinning plates are all of these jobs that you give yourself that you don't have time for because you're, at least in the beginning, it's one person. Maybe you've got 3, 5, 10 people on your team, but it always feels like there's more that needs to be done. And it's always limited by the resources that you have, right? If I was a $10 million brand, I'd have all the money to hire the people. I wouldn't have to do so much. But if I was a $10 million brand, I'd need more people in order to just fulfill on my existing demand. And so I personally am very nerdy about the tools and the technology and how those scale out your business. And we'll get into that more tomorrow as our opening keynote. I look forward to seeing you there. Thank you so much for joining me for the Future of E-commerce for Beauty and Skincare Day 1. I'll see you guys very soon, tomorrow, 9 a.m.